Don't you come away. Yeah, so do I, because it's all, I have all this stuff going on. It's awesome.
I'm gonna see how this sounds. I guess we could
Last night under the streetlight, I crawled into the street, and I saw you.
I believe we are live. So, hi again, folks, and welcome to a little bit of an unstructured time that we wanted to have for this particular EmacsConf. We have a bit of a lighter afternoon compared to previous years, and we just thought it would be a nice opportunity for us and for you to join if you got anything to share, like you wanted maybe to have a talk this year but haven't had the time to submit a presentation. Well, now's your time. Think of it more like the traditional workshops that Emacs Paris or Emacs Berlin tends to run. So if you've got anything to share, we've made sure to publish the link to this room on IRC and perhaps as well on the website. And yeah, it's just a moment for you. If it's a little slow because people do not join, we might start chatting a little bit about EmacsConf in general and perhaps take a little bit of advance on the closing remarks for the day, just so that I can go to bed early. But otherwise, the mic is yours. Does any of my fellow co-organizers wants to maybe join in and say a word? Maybe you, Colin?
Who, me? No, I usually just sit here quietly. You know me, Leo. Nothing to say, me.
I
Sure.
see Karthik here.
Hey.
Karthik has joined the chat. We can see what Karthik has been up to.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, I hear ya.
Is there anything you wanted to share, Karthik?
Nothing in particular, but if people suggest topics and I have something to say or show off, then I'll jump in.
Right, you're coming in as someone who wants to react to stuff, not someone who wants to present. But that's completely fine too. But that means that we are still starved for people who wants to chat. We'll start pointing fingers at people in the chat otherwise. Well,
And if
maybe
you're
we'll wait.
watching and you
Go
want
on.
to, yeah, I was just going to say, if you're watching the stream and you'd like to get involved, you can join Libra.chat on IRC and join the Emacs Gen channel, or just reach out in one of those channels and we'll ship you a link to join in the BBB here. I'm not sure if that got auto published. I didn't see it on the website.
I can suggest a topic. Since many people have demoed or used transient in this conf, I was wondering if someone has any interesting uses for transient.
It's an interesting topic, sadly one in which I'm not going to be personally able to participate in because I'm still old school. Like it took me, the Vertigo stack. Did we actually present something on Vertigo at EmacsConf? I'm not sure, but it's a completion engine in separate packages, very similar to what people may be more familiar with, i.e., Ivy, Elm, IDEO, or all those tools. But I'm old school, and I still use Hydra when it comes to interaction. But I've been meaning to transition into transient at some point. And yeah, I'd actually be quite interested in people sharing how they've been able to use transient to supplement their interfaces. But I'm obviously a big user, as I think most people would be in this room and on live viewers. Git, I use it plentifully, and it's a wonderful interface. And I wish I could develop similar interfaces for my own packages that I manage. So maybe at some point. But apparently, part of the discussion, I think, revolves around the fact that transient might be a little hard to approach for people who are perhaps used to the simplicity of a Hydra set up with Abu Abu's packages. So if anyone has got anything to say about this, you're more than welcome to join us on BBB. You can also chat it up on IRC, and we'll try to give voice to the lines you write, and we might be able to react. Otherwise, I suggest if we gonna go in.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's where I was going to take it to. I think that's a perfect question because for once, although obviously any of us can probably talk about, how interesting it is at some length. It's not something that Leo and I, normally such, loquacious people, have any real insight to. So kind of pick up the phone, call in, jump on the BBB, or throw your comments in IRC. Exactly as Leo says. Love to have invite more participation in the discussion and thinking about how to answer that. I myself, jump into my own workflow and I start thinking about, what is working for me so well? I haven't dug into that. Sort of where I take the question.
And perhaps in the meantime, go on, Colin.
Which key actually is the direct answer to that, right? For me, that particular package, which seems to come up a lot, in sort of help adjacent forums, as being a discovery tool, a way to learn different bindings. And I guess I self-identify as being kind of on a path of memorizing all the keystrokes I'm going to care about and how to find ones that it would have been convenient if I'd cared more about before today, right? So it's, for me, a lot of Emacs's power is the, whatever brings to me the knowledge of what I should have done a moment ago, need to do, how to do what I need to do next, and so on.
Right. Yeah. Also big user of WitchKey here, and all the fancy tools like LDoc, which provides you in your mod line the signature of the function you're currently writing, such as if you're writing an ELISP function, but you've suddenly forgotten which is the first argument, which is the second argument. Usually, you have, if you stay inside the function, it will show in the mode line what the arguments are supposed to be and what the names are, so that it's actually pretty useful. And you get similar things if you write in other languages, like I write Go for a living, and it's always good to have the signature appears in a mod line whenever you're writing the start of a function.
So
LDoc
I'm seeing
line.
I'll read out a couple comments here. I note the use of transient as a bridge to ELISP, especially if you don't know it well, you're not interested in learning it, even perhaps. I've certainly run into that. Oh, yuck, ELISP. No, I'm doing fine with customize or whatever works for you, right? That's a lot of the Emacs spirit. So I hear that. And that brings up casual, which I've seen a lot of discussion of personally, and that looks all of these types of things, like org, actually, which we've been talking a lot about this weekend, bring together a lot of functionality kind of cross-cuttingly across Emacs, all the different languages that we can figure out how to view nicely in Emacs will fit into some sort of kind of literate format to talk about code that needs to span a lot of languages for whatever reason, right? So I guess my bite at the apple there. Casual's neat, and so is transient. I haven't for myself. I've seen some comments in chat throughout the weekend. Good discussion around, hey, that's, it's kind of hard to learn how to use. How do I fit this into my use case? How do I think about things in the same terms that transients abstractions do, so that, to the extent I need to, I build my program in terms of those same abstractions, or to the extent, that isn't necessary or helpful, just so that it's natural for me to set up my customized variables so that my save routines just do the right thing, or my read routines fetch from the right place, or whatever, tying the room together sorts of integration. I haven't run into that, because for me, I'm on this journey of learning the keys, was my point. I'm not actually preaching for that's the way to use Emacs. Quite the reverse. A way.
All right. I see that some people are joining us on the BBB. So if you've got a mic on, we're going to assume that you want to be chatting, but don't hesitate to interrupt us if you've got anything to contribute, meaningful or otherwise. If you just want to chat it up with us, we are also here for this.
Yeah, and to do the radio announcer thing a little harder too, like, I guess in my mind, I'm thinking this is a call-in format. Just come over and grab a microphone and talk about your thoughts, and whether it's something that Leo or I are saying, or Sasha, that you've been pretty quiet over there, that are setting you going, or you just kind of walk into the room with, hey guys, why aren't we talking about, or let's talk more about, or thoughts from the weekend, which, as Leo mentioned, is kind of where we're gonna. Where we in our own minds are sort of sitting, walking into the room.
And perhaps what we could do is, I mentioned that we could perhaps take a little bit of advance on the closing remark. I know it feels weird to be closing a conference that has not yet finished, because we still have many talks in the afternoon. If I count, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 talks. Well, actually, no, 4. So there's still plenty to go. But since, I'm still in Europe, and it's still pretty tough to maintain composure until 11, might be a good time for us maybe to read over the closing remarks. How do you feel, Colwyn, about this? And Sasha, how do you feel about this?
Yep. that'd be cool. Masha?
Fine with me. People can continue to share thoughts and ideas in the chat or on the pad, and we can go through the closing remarks. Do you want to share the Sun close?
I do have them. I'm not sure. So you did copy over. Okay,
I'm
good.
just
You
pulling
did
them,
copy over the
pulling
stuff
them
from
up
yesterday.
so I can kind of rotate the screen between them if that works, and I'll try to jump over to chat a little more.
Sure. I'm putting the link on BBB just in case people in there wants to follow, and also for you, Colwyn, if you want to open it more quickly.
Yeah, that's going to be easier. Thank you. Pretty sure I have the Sunday close pad here, but I'll take your link, sir.
I mean,
I've got my org channel.
sure. I mean, Elephant Ergo, if you want to jump in, we were suggesting doing the Sunday close, sorry, instead of having people chat. But if you have something to say right now, feel free to jump in. Although you do not have your microphone on, you would need to join the audio in order to chat.
Yep. You can also use any of the private message type of features. Did you guys want me to bring up the pad here? I did pull it up.
Oh, well, I
got it
think
ready.
I understood. Okay, cool. So I think Elephant Ergonomics is currently switching to the microphone so that they may ask a question. So I suggest we wait a little bit. Elephant Ergonomics? Yes, right now. You figured it out.
Hi.
Hi.
This working? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Long time listener, first time on the show.
Awesome.
Wow. Okay. Well, I shouldn't let my nerves get the best of me now because I got it all set up. So basically the thing that I've been thinking about, because I've had a handful of thoughts related to graphical web browsing, because I know that that's a point of friction for me, for sure. I don't know how much other people experience that. I know that I've certainly heard like murmurs about it, but I've had been speculating about a couple of thoughts about that recently for some of the stuff that can be done in order to get, like the sort of invasive graphical JavaScript giant unmanageable spec sort of version of the browser working inside of Emacs, in addition to, the much more manageable EWW kind of thing. So yeah, basically as part of my rambling, I had basically two major thoughts for strategies, because God knows this is way too big of a thing for me to tackle just for me, and I've been kind of thinking, where do I go about getting started? And I think maybe that would probably just look like maybe, pitching ideas that have been on the back of my mind. The first of which is that I stumbled upon this application a while ago called Browsh. I'm going to go ahead and post that in the chat. In just the EmacsConf gen. So let's see here. It's not going. Oh, trailing white space.
Yeah,
There
you
we
got
are.
it.
Cool. So this is I have no personal involvement with this project. The person that developed this does not know I exist. But I stumbled upon this in the wild. And what's really quite interesting about it is that it will run what's effectively a headless browser in the background and then convert this into blocks of text for the sake of rendering inside a terminal. This is especially helpful in the case where you can run the daemon that's actually responsible for the headless browser instance on a completely different box than the one that you're actually running your shell on, And you have this complete separation between the I/O and the actual handling of all of the complex, kind of opaque, really unmanageable big browser stuff. I'm thinking that there's definitely something that we could consider cannibalizing here, either for a for one of the different rendering paradigms that fits inside of Emacs more cleanly, especially either like the SVG renderer, or again, trying to figure out how to break it into blocks somehow. But I feel like there's definitely something very Emacsy about this strategy that I would love to consider, especially love for someone more technically qualified than I to consider. I would love to tackle this, given that I have the time, but I didn't want to sit on this idea on my own, on the basis that there's a lot of really qualified people here, and I figured that someone that's a little bit more frustrated than me about this could very well pick this up and run with it. So I wanted to suggest that. I also wanted to suggest the prospect of, I found a couple of, just completely separately as a strategy too, the ability to re-render outputted DOM content that would be rendered by, again, a full-fledged browser, probably in a headless sort of instance, and then converting that DOM content to SVG, which we could then render inside of Emacs either piecewise or as the entire document. And I feel that that could be another strategy that we could perhaps consider as something that we can do for, headless processing, and then having the Emacs rendering engine actually responsible for the display and the I/O. So yeah, I just wanted to suggest a couple of those sort of ideas I've been sitting on.
Those are great.
A couple of things related to that stuff would be org web tools, I think is what it's called, from Alpha Papa. It'll allow you to download a web page into an org mode document, or if you want to use a web browser that would have key bindings primarily, you would want to use the Next browser or Qt browser, where they're more of meant to have like their settings in a text saved in a text document. And in the case of Next, it's written in Common Lisp and is very deeply inspired by Emacs.
So I'll just break in what is a great discussion briefly to say. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Emacs conference. We're doing a brief open mic session, and we've been joined. We have. Sorry, I was just going to introduce you. Plasma Strike. Nasty feedback from you, Sasha. Sorry.
I will definitely have to check out integration for those two browsers. This is my first time taking a look at web tools. This could definitely help me. I've been using Qt browser really persistently. It has dramatically improved my browser experience, but I'm still definitely having that last little bit of context switch friction that I would love to make disappear. Next might be part of the recipe, but I definitely think that, certainly the goal for me is that I would love to see it inside Emacs itself. But this definitely represents a big piecewise improvement I'm going to have to pursue. So thank you.
So I think that intersects some several conversations that I think we've heard throughout the weekend, kind of touching on the idea of, baking our thoughts into the core of Emacs, right? and realizing, oh yeah, this is a this is a pattern other people or a problem other people are running into, or a way that other people work, or a way that people want Emacs to look, or just starts me thinking about like alternate key binding packages, which over the last few years I feel like we've seen just a ton of options in a space that had been somewhat dormant, right? There was evil and everything else, and now there is a lot of granularity in my mind to everything else. So although I'm not using any of these things, I think I've bumped into them a lot. Couple of other related topics in case that jogs anyone's interest to jump in and join the discussion. Yeah, thanks for the comments.
Any other person wants to share something in the room currently? I'm seeing plenty of familiar names, so this is an invitation for those who I haven't heard so far to come in and chat.
And I'll mention to a comment I see from Wasamasa saying, I've been experimenting with using some grep to review ELISP for security issues. That's something you want to leave.
I'm not sure that is. Yeah. I'm not sure if Wasamasa wants to deprive themselves of... well, actually, unmuted yourself, so please go.
What? I've only got my name, that's all.
I was just reading out your comment from the chat, but we didn't like you to just jump in on any topic, honestly.
Oh, okay. I thought like it's like an invitation for people to talk what, they've recently started trying to do in Emacs.
That's exactly right. 100%.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, well, I do review security things for work. And one colleague has been like bugging me all the time about, hey, try SamGrep. It's pretty cool if you have like, decent rules to review stuff. And I postponed it for the longest time. And then I thought, actually, you know what? Would really make sense to like try out whether it even works for eLisp source code review at all. And the answer is somewhat. Like apparently they've added Lisp support, which is pretty cool. So it seems it's like best developed for like reviewing closure code. There are no rules to my knowledge. I started writing some, and yeah, it does work. I have no idea how many other people are trying to actively look into Emacs security issues. It feels to me like it's like a handful at best. Like I don't know, somewhere between 3 and 5 people maybe. And yeah, if anyone knows any rule sets for making this easier, I would be very interested. Because then we'd have like, I don't know, a common place to share them.
Maybe it'd be appropriate for me to jump back in here and just share that, you're somebody that I definitely trust with these issues. We could talk in the abstract, at least, about places where, Emacs, not necessarily the Emacs team, but maybe more the Free Software Society has said, oh, somebody reached out to us about this possible concern. Can you dig into that and find out if there's any reason to be concerned, and then find the right people on the Emacs project team and work with that. So I know that this is something you've been working on actually for, I don't want to say several years, but more than a year.
All right. Any other person wants to share something? Otherwise, we have about 15 minutes until the next talk is due to go live, which would leave us some time to do the closing remarks. Let's wait just a bit. Let's give people 30 seconds maybe to collect their thoughts and share them on IRC or to join the BBB.
So in the spirit of, get it out of the way so that we can let people go to bed and not do our usual rambling 2 hours of open remarks where we regret that we didn't turn them into the open mic, right? So hopefully everyone's getting the message that, we love to talk about Emacs. And if you've been to prior conferences, and you watched through the closing ceremonies, you may have noticed that we do, we have a lot of fun talking about all the different ideas that have come forward here. And so this is realizing that, and also realizing that our habit of talking for several hours as part of closing the conference is maybe keeping some of us up at night, and jobs and things. So in that spirit, I just want to throw out And I like to talk about this at least once a year. Amin isn't here, and I tend to defer to him. So I'll also use this opportunity to say, gosh, I miss that guy, and thanks so much for all of your work that you've done over the years. Yeah. I'm sorry you can't make it this year, and I'm actually personally having a lot of fun covering for you. It gives me a lot of little things that I've picked up how to do. I'm actually getting to do a little bit of, so fun stuff. For me, but miss you, and in that spirit and thinking of you, Amin, I'll also say then, and that's Bandali, if you know him from IRC more. He would want us to make sure that we talk about the Free Software Foundation and the fact that is the giving to the Free Software Foundation as the primary means to support development of Emacs and other GNU packages. We, as a project, are part of the giving. Somebody help me with the name of the project. It's not in the. I'll just go back to it and even show it, right? So we are part of the Giving Together or Working Together program. And you can give through that. There may be some matching going on. There's a FSF fundraiser also that happens to typically run during the Emacs conference currently. And I encourage you to become a member. And there's some newer, lower amount. And also you can give directed kind of through this program to the Emacs conference. And for the first time this year, we're actually using those funds. Sasha went and did a bunch of work to enable us to use some more scalable kind of purchased infrastructure that's different from what the FSF just provides us. For example, we use a lot of different things, and thanks also to Pearl and others who are providing us infrastructure, as well as Sasha, for just the amazing work that you do there. And as well to people that are giving in some other way, as such as your time contributed to the Emacs project, to the many cool packages I myself take advantage of, and all of that. Don't please feel pressured to, to break the piggy bank when that's a bad idea to help out, but it's help. It's help when you can.
All right. How about we start from the top of the closing remarks so that we make sure that we don't forget anyone or anything. So if you could scroll just a little bit over, Corbin, on your screen. I think you went on the right one. It's a little small for me to see which one it is, but no, I think it's the other pad. You had it open right before. I think it's Sunday Close, the other tab on your browser.
I managed to mute myself in BBB. That's what happened there. Okay, sorry. So here, and you wanted up or down?
I wanted up, just as soon as you see the dashed line.
All right.
So up. All right, all good. So let's officially
run through these instead of Corwin getting his stuff out of the way. Word.
Yeah, but I'll make sure to skip over the stuff that you already mentioned. But yes, let's try to preempt a little bit the end of the conference for the reasons I've mentioned before. I get first to thank you all so much for being part of EmacsConf 2024. Obviously, we still have a handful more talks to go this afternoon, but thanks again for showing up. We've had steady numbers for the last 5 years or so. This is my 5th year hosting the general track, and we've always averaged between 150 to 200 viewers, which is amazing when you just think about it. But we are accruing plenty more views over the years because everyone is watching either on the website or on YouTube or on PeerTube. So thank you so much for everyone taking the time to, well, first come to the
video,
show,
to share it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, because we've just talked about.
If you're watching this a year from now, we're thanking you for the view. We're talking to you. If you're mentioning a video that you saw at Emacs conference, thanks for doing that. That's right. What makes this worth it. Although what makes it the thing that we have to talk about for hours after it ends every year sorry about that if it's been a disruption for your schedule, is the the sense of community that we feel when we come together and watch all the different chats running on all these. I have a bunch of screens going so that I can see all the different chats, and we all have a different way of connecting to all the different conversations going on. It's just a lot of energy, but at the end of the day, it's about helping people connect with the other groups and subgroups of people that are excited about the same stuff, using Emacs to get there.
Yeah, definitely. A word on those recordings, because we mentioned the previous year's videos, but when it comes to this conference, the videos, most of the pre-recording, I mean, most of the talks that we had, except one this year, they are already available on EmacsConf.org, the website. You can also find them on the YouTube account for EmacsConf. They're fairly easy to find. We'll try to get them on PeerTube at some point. We are not sure when, but the rule is right now we are going to take some time. Yeah, go on, Sasha, if you want.
They're on TubeThinks already.
Okay, cool.
I should put
Amazing, okay.
URL to the channel in.
Okay, sure. So Sasha will take care of this, but all the pre-recordings are already available with the subtitles when we manage to receive them sufficiently early, and if not, it'll take maybe a couple of days for us to get them out there. But yes, the pre-recordings are there. When it comes to the live Q&A, so the little sessions you've seen us do live when we were on BBB, asking questions to the speakers and also having people join in the discussion, this will take a little more time for us to publish them, because we like to follow a process of captioning them and making sure we take all the questions and all the answers from the pad and centralize everything on the website. So this is a process that takes about 2 to 3 weeks, and we are not putting a lot of pressure on us to do this. If there is anything you're dying to see, you'll have to wait a little bit, but we'll try to make sure to make the information available as soon as we can. So let me read the note just to make sure we're not forgetting anything. Yes, when it comes to the publishing process, if you want to keep in touch and know when something is going to be released, we will announce all of this on the EmacsConf Discuss mailing list, so EmacsConf-Discuss. You'll be able to find the link on the website as well, and it's already on the pad that we are sharing currently on the screen. So obviously we'd be very happy to get some feedback from you on the conference, and you can do this on this pad. We'll mention this at the end of the day again, so that you get a chance to watch the last few talks of the conference and mention your thoughts on this. But yeah, we are very open to feedback. Part of the reason why it feels like a well-oiled machine, EmacsConf, is the fact that we've been iterating over the process for many years at this point. We'll get to the thanking to Sasha for the automation and to other volunteers for their work, but really, it's really the feedback that you give us that allows us to refine the process of running the conference. And if it looks smooth and all this, well, it's mostly thanks to you, because what you believed was smooth, you mentioned as a feedback, and then we try to adapt our own processes so that we can match the level of smoothness that you expected. So thank you so much. Part of the success of EmacsConf is definitely on you. So again, if you got feedback, please include them in the pad. When it comes to the stats, as I mentioned, we are usually averaging between 150 and 200 viewers, and this year on the 2 tracks, we managed somehow to peak higher on the dev track than on the gen track, which is a first for the last 5 years. So that's an interesting tidbit of knowledge for you. But yeah, overall, we had perhaps 300 viewers total between the channels, which is amazing, because you've got 300 people watching you live present. And that's a rich experience. All right, moving to the thanking section. We have plenty of people to thank, without whom this conference would not be possible. First, I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the volunteers, the participants, and all the other people in our lives who make it possible through time and support to run this conference. Obviously, speakers I've already mentioned. Volunteers, you have some of them in the room right now. We've got Corwin, we've got Sasha, we also have Chloe. but we also have plenty of captioners in the background, whom I will get to in just a little while. This year's conference hosts are myself, Leo Vivier, and Corwin Brust, and, well, not Flowy Coda. Not yet, at least. Flowy, as you know, joined us last year and has been running check-ins in the background, and we are very thankful for his contributions. And maybe this afternoon he might be able to host.
This is a fun process if you want to imagine what it's like for us backstage. Imagine, Flowy's like getting everybody warmed up, goes in, talks to, gets a conversation going. Everybody's ready. The video is playing of the live stream. He's doing the warm hand up, everything ready, checking everything out. And then he hands the torch to Leo, or maybe me. And then we get to come in and have this amazing conversation based on all the buzz that's just been built up, knowing everything works out great. And one of these times, what Leo is telling you is that Flowy's just going to give Leo or me the cold shoulder and do the hosting himself. He did a great job with that last year, and we're looking forward to more of that.
All right, I'll do a quick fire of thankings because we need to soon move on to the next talk of the day. I'd also like, obviously, to thank Sasha for managing the 2 streams and the 1 stream today, because she's in the background making sure that everything goes all right for all our automation. And obviously, Flowy again for the check-ins. I want also to extend my thankings to the proposal review volunteers, James Howell, Jean-Christophe Hellary, and others for helping with the early acceptance process. I mentioned them, the captioning volunteers, Mark Lewin, Rodrigo Morales, Anush Anona, and James Howell, and some speakers who captioned their own talks. I'm thinking about Eduardo especially. I guess thanks to me, and it'd be weird for me to read this, but I'm still going to do this, for fiddling with the audio and getting things nicely synced. For those who do not know, I make sure that the audio is normalized, cleaned up, and all this for the conference. And usually it's one of the few things that Sasha doesn't like doing, and I'm very happy to pick the little crumbs that to make sure that EmacsConf is as cool as it can get. Also, thanks to Bavin, Gandhi, Christopher Howard, Joseph Tonner, and Screwless for quality checking the videos in the backstage. Thanks, obviously, to Shoshin for the music that has been accompanying us during the breaks. We've mentioned him already, but thanks to Bandali, Hamid Bandali, for help with infrastructure and communication. Thanks to RIP for the server that we're using for OBS streaming and for processing the videos. That's part of the reason why we are able to get the subtitles out so fast. And Corwin already mentioned the FSF, but thanks to the Free Software Foundation for Emacs itself, the mailing list, media.emacsconf.org server where we host the conferences. We might have a little word about donations and funding at the FSF later in the afternoon. I'll make sure that Corwin gets to it. But finally, thanks to the many users and contributors to the project and team that create all the awesome free software that we use, especially Big Blue Button, Etherpad, Icecast, OBS, The Lounge, LibreChat, FFmpeg, OpenAI, Whisper, WhisperX, and the Enos Forced Alignment Tool, Site Transfer Sub. Anyway, we're going to get started with the next talk of the day. We'll continue with the thankings later on. Enjoy the conference.
Thanks.
Next, we have PG Emacs, Browsing and Editing PostgreSQL's Databases from Emacs by Eric Marston. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hi. This is a short presentation about PG Emacs, which is a browsing and editing interface for Postgres databases. My name's Eric Marsden, and I'm the developer of this Emacs Lisp library. PG Emacs was inspired by SQLite Mode, which is a great feature available from Emacs 29 onwards. It allows you to view and modify SQLite databases you might have lying around. It's a really great feature. It would be even better, however, if it were able to use a real database. And I happen to know that was possible because a few years ago, I wrote an Emacs Lisp library, pg.el, which implements the wire protocol used for communication over the network between a Postgres client and the Postgres backend, the Postgres server. I've included here an example of what it looks like to use this library. You connect to the database by specifying the database name, your username, your password, potentially the host name that you're connecting to. Once you're connected, you can then execute SQL statements, for example, to create a new table, to insert values into that table, and to count the number of rows in a table. And pg.el does automatic type conversion to and from Emacs Lisp types and Postgres types for you. Probably the best is to jump straight into a demo of Emacs. When we connect to a database, we see up the top of the buffer some information about the backend that we're connected to, some version information, and the total database size on disk. There are some shortcuts to some commands we can run on the database, and there's a list of tables that we have access to, with, again, meta information about their size on disk and their owner. We can enter a table by pressing return. Here we again see some meta information about the table, such as the list of columns, the SQL type of each column, any default that might be present, and any SQL constraints. We see any indexes that might be present on this table, and then we see the list of rows of data in the table. If we see any information which is incorrect or incomplete, we can easily fix it by pressing enter again. And this updates the information present in the database. PG Emacs shows us this in the mini buffer. It has updated one row. We can look at help for the key bindings that are present in this type of buffer. If we scroll down, we can see that we can upcase the value of a cell with meta. Let's try that out. Okay, here we have updated the value of the cell in the database. We can lowercase it, and we can put it back to the initial title case of the value. We can also run a shell command on a cell value to count the number of characters, for example. We can run a shell command with a prefix argument, which updates the value in the database with the output from the shell command. So that has updated the database. If we do that again, that will reverse the value. If we come back to the list of tables, we see that there is a table which is called delete me. We can try renaming this table with R. We can look at what is in this table. Okay, there is only one row of information that doesn't seem very important, so let's delete that. Let's now delete the table with del. PG Emacs asks for confirmation, and we've deleted the table. Now, when we have a big table with a lot of data, PG Emacs is going to show us the results paginated, so we can go chunk by chunk through the table. We can implement a where filter on the rows to only show the rows that match a certain SQL clause. So, for example, here we have some temperature measurements. We want to focus on measurements that are more than 40 degrees Celsius, for example. Okay, we have now filtered on a certain number of rows. The filter is shown to us just up here. And we see here that we have some values that look anomalous. There's one 140 and one is 61. We probably want to delete these. They represent errors. We can mark them for deletion with D, and then really delete them, expunge them as in red with X. We can export this table in CSV format, thanks to this little button up here. Here we have our table conveniently formatted as CSV. We can also export a particular row to JSON by typing J. And let's look at what that looks like. Okay, here's the JSON for one of the rows in the table. Now let's look at a table that contains an attribute of type HStore. This is a Postgres-specific key value map. And then the attributes column is of type JSON, which can be stored natively in Postgres. It's possible to edit these values using a widget-based interface by typing W And here we have a convenient interface for modifying these types of values. Likewise, with a JSON type parameter, we can update using a widget-based interface. Let's connect to a different database. We do that with Metex PG Emacs and telling it our username and password. Here we have the list of tables present in this database. PG Emacs has some support for running the Shimmer Spy utility, which generates a graphical representation of the relationships between tables in this database, which can be useful when you're discovering the database. Here is the SVG that's output by this utility. This is a test database containing information about a digital media store. It has a table with information about the tracks that are available. And if we look at this table, we see that we have the name of the track, a reference to the album ID. This is a reference to a foreign key, a key in the table which is called album. Now we can follow this foreign key reference simply by pressing Enter. And here we find it's the album called For Those About to Rock. And in the same way, here we have a foreign key reference to the relevant artist, which we can follow. That's, of course, AC/DC. And finally, PG Emacs has some convenience queries that allows us to list the procedures which are defined in this database. Here we have the built-in procedures, mostly used by the PostG extension. We can also display some more information about our backend. Here we have the list of extensions which are available. We can load one of these extensions if we have the rights to do that. Here I've loaded the relevant extension. We can show some information about the Postgres settings also. And update them if we have the rights to do that. Now I'm preaching to the converted, but Emacs is a really great application development platform. It's currently around 3,000 lines of code. A first point of comparison, PGCLI, which is a text user interface for accessing Postgres implemented in Python, is 17,000 lines of code. PGAdmin 4, which is a well-known Python GUI for administrating Postgres databases, is almost 500,000 lines of code. And dbeaver, implemented in Java, is almost 1 million lines of code. And developing things on Emacs, you get for free portability between different platforms. As I'm showing you, it works great on Linux, which is where I developed this library. It also works perfectly in the terminal, except for some of the functionality I showed, which requires SVG support. It also works well, if you're into that kind of thing, on macOS and on Windows. And it even works perfectly on Haiku, which is a free BOS clone. Emacs is actually really pretty on this operating system, so congratulations to the people who did the port there. Now, of course, the main advantage of building on the Emacs development platform is that the application is easy for the user to extend. To illustrate that, previously we were looking at a table of temperature measurements. Imagine we want to highlight rows in this table which look anomalous, where the value looks a bit extreme. That's quite easy to do with a bit of Emacs Lisp. We define a function which, if the cell value is bigger than 40, is going to display it in a face which has a dark red foreground. We can now register this display function for the measurement column in the temperatures table. And if we reopen the table now, we see that the anomalous measurements are indeed highlighted in red. Another example, imagine we have a table which contains image data. There's a column which is of byte A type, which contains images in binary form. We can display these inline PG Emacs as follows. We create an inline image display function using Emacs's image support, and then we'd register this function to display the image column in the inline image table. If we now reopen the inline image table, we see the images are displayed inline. And as a final example of customization, here's how to bind a key to a specific function row list display. Let's define a function that does a .go lookup for a particular value in the Emacs web browser. We can define a function which does a fun call on the cell value for this DuckDuckGo lookup function. And finally, we can define a key, the capital D key, in the row list map, which calls this function that does a DuckDuckGo lookup. And now if I'm browsing information in a table that I want to do a web search on, I can use my D shortcut and see some web results concerning the cell value. So to conclude, the source and installation instructions for PG Emacs are available on GitHub. It requires Emacs 29. There is a pre-built container image which you can use for testing. That's a Docker image. It only works in terminal mode. And of course, that's a recommended way of testing some Emacs Lisp code that you load into your Emacs before having read it. It works with any recent version of Postgres over the past 10 years, including the latest release, Postgres 17. It does work with a certain number of databases that are compatible with Postgres, such as ParadeDB or TimescaleDB and Ivory SQL. However, it doesn't work with all databases that claim to be Postgres compatible. It doesn't work, for example, with CrateDB or with CockroachDB or some others that you see listed here. The reason for that is that these databases don't implement the system tables that Postgres queries to obtain information about the columns present in a table, the size on disk, the ownership of tables, etc. PG Emacs supports TLS encrypted connections to the database, as well as local Unix socket connections. And in terms of stability, I would classify it as beta status. I do use it myself in production on some not very important data. Really, it works quite well. Thanks for your attention.
And I believe we are live. Hi, Eric. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks. Hi, Leo.
It's a pleasure to have you as one of our speakers, but it's also very nice to see you present about PG Emacs, because I found your talk to be very didactic and very visual. So thank you for taking the time to do a very nice presentation. I wanted to give you the opportunity, as I do with other speakers, to maybe talk about some stuff that you could not include into the talk because of the format. So is there anything you'd like to share with viewers that you weren't able to include?
Oh, I think I gave most of the relevant information. This is a fairly young application. I've been developing this since roughly the beginning of the year, so there are probably some rough edges that people will run into if they use Postgres differently from what I do, or they maybe conflicts with some other Emacs packages that people use that I don't use. So I would really welcome people trying it out and sending out bug reports if they do encounter some.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually... Go on, please.
Yeah, that would certainly help to make sure it's nice and robust. And of course, if you're letting this loose on some production database that you might have, you want this to be quite robust, obviously.
Yeah, indeed. Because usually, you know, when you start publishing packages like this, that's when you realize that it has bad interaction with other modes in the Emacs of other persons. But especially when you're dealing with databases, you also realize that the domain space of what you're trying to do with your mode also is hugely dependent on what people have in their database, which schema they have. So indeed, if you have been interested, and I think plenty of people have been interested by what you've presented, you know, part of the reason a software becomes great is that you've got plenty of people making bug reports and making sure that all the faults have been ironed out. So you know what your task is. I will also task you, particularly right now, people currently viewing, to add your questions on the pad as usual, because you've had plenty of nice reactions, but I'm sure you have plenty of questions as well. So Eric, what I'll be doing, I'll be reading you the questions so that it's a little more didactic. Starting with the first one. This is brilliant, thank you. Do you know if PG Emacs works with Tramp? I often use Tramp multi-hub to access databases, both remotely when accessing via Bastion server and locally when using OCI containers. I believe you've already answered, but if you could just perhaps read your answer as well for everyone to benefit from it.
Yep, sure, that's my comment indeed. So I haven't currently implemented any Tramp support. I'm not sure that Tramp is really useful for this type of situation, because as I understand it, Tramp is establishing SSH connections itself to remote servers. PG Emacs is doing the same thing, so it's not. It doesn't currently have any support for hooking in with the Tramp support.
Right. Pardon me if I missed it in the presentation. Oh, go on, please.
I guess you could set up an SSH tunnel. It does work with an SSH tunnel, obviously, but there's no support for hooking into an SSH tunnel that Tramp might be able to create. I'm not sure Tramp actually uses SSH tunnels rather than direct commands, but anyway.
Yeah,
I
don't think so either.
Might be useful.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't have the answer whether Tramp actually can create tunnels like this. I'm usually used to Tramp connecting to an endpoint, be it a directory or a file, and just the tunnel is just you accessing the file. But usually, if you're trying to access a remote Postgres database, you would probably manage the port forwarding in a separate terminal just to be able to make sure that everything maps correctly to your machine, and then you would launch PG Emacs with the forward port information. That's I assume how you would do it anyway. But yeah, I mean, if there are, if you could specify what you mean by Tramp support, and if you have something specific in mind, I'm talking to the questioner, feel free to specify, and we'll see if you can answer it. But in the meantime, moving to the next question. Great work. I'm impressed. How did you come up with this brilliant idea? I assume to create PG Emacs.
Well, thanks for the compliment. It's a lot of fun developing something which is, as I said, such a small amount of code, and which provides quite a bit of useful functionality. In particular, if you compare it with existing terminal mode applications for manipulating Postgres data, they are not as extensible as Emacs is naturally. So I actually got the idea for developing this when I first tested out the SQLite mode, which is available in Emacs 29.1, and I thought, well, that's really quite impressive, and it allows you to delete rows and insert content and so on. And I was thinking, yeah, Emacs is a useful environment to do that. And since several years ago, when I was doing my PhD, so to avoid doing my PhD, I was developing Emacs. I was developing stuff in Emacs Lisp, and one of the libraries I developed was an interface to Postgres over the network. So that's the library called pg.el, which is used by PG Emacs to access Postgres and to do all the passing of data which arrives in Postgres formats into the Emacs Lisp corresponding versions. So, for example, integers are passed as Emacs integers, floating point numbers as floating point numbers, and so on.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty needed, obviously, when you have such a tooling like this to make sure that the type conversion works properly, because the types that you have in Postgres do not necessarily map all to what we have in Emacs. Like, I'm interested, how would you handle JSON B columns in PG Emacs?
JSON is mapped to an ELISP dict, a dictionary. So at least for it depends on the top level object type for your JSON column. If it's an array, it's mapped to an Emacs Lisp array. If it's a dict, which is most common, it's mapped to an Emacs Lisp dictionary.
All right. Well, makes perfect sense.
So I can break in with a question, Leo.
Go in.
Thanks. I just helped myself to the BBB privilege of kind of running around being a helper backstage. So thanks for your awesome talk, Eric. I super appreciated it. I noticed that you that you're on a slightly older version of Emacs. I deal with in helping with producing the Windows binaries. I run into and with some other stuff I do, I'm dealing with that friction of, sometimes I've got some work of my own that applies against a specific version of Emacs, and it's a bunch of work to think about moving it forward. I'm just curious if you started thinking about that, or if that's a routine that you haven't done, or if there's something maybe specifically going on with with trunk development that looks intimidating to deal with.
Thanks for the comment. I'm not sure I'm using a really old version for Windows. I don't really develop often on Windows, but I occasionally check that it works. And I took a screenshot that I included in the slides here, but I think I'm using 29.4, the current version on Windows.
I thought I saw 29.1, so that's probably I probably missed it when it went by. My bad.
No, I use it via the Choco package updater, so that updates the Emacs version quite easily on Windows. So thanks for your work on maintaining Windows binaries. I realized that.
I sit downstream at the end of a lot of other people's hard work, and then just focus on trying to QA it well and help catch problems early. It's really fun, but of course, my pleasure.
Coming back to the previous question, so the questioner actually provided a little more context. So with docker.el, kubel, etc., it's often possible to, for example, select a container, pod, or whatever that is hosted on a machine you've connected to via Tramp, such as podman, image, path, and trigger a terminal shell as well as port forward on other similar things. It'd be nice to be able to use this tool in a similar way, since it would open up the ability to use it with complex connection configuration. Doing SSH tunnel manually is, of course, totally fine in practice. And if it is actually the case, personally, when I need to remote into a Kubernetes machine, I use POSIX script that I use on most of my machines, but I don't do it inside Emacs. But yeah, if such a thing is possible via Tramp, it definitely feels like it would be possible to do something similar in PG Emacs. So perhaps that's a path of investigation for you that has opened up.
Yeah, thanks for these comments. I'll look into that. Indeed, if people have some shortcuts registered in Tramp, so not for a terminal, because PG Emacs won't work through a terminal, but through a port forward, then that would be convenient. I'll see how easy that is to set up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the way it works is that it starts some processes in the background in your Emacs just to either maintain the port forward or to maybe remap some kube configs or whatever. So with PG Emacs, considering complex pipelines to get to the end destination, it feels like it would be possible to do something. But perhaps it's not the responsibility of PG Emacs, perhaps it's the responsibility of another perhaps something that would target Trump more so than PG Emacs. But it's nice to see, again, how the beauty of Emacs is that everything is eLisp at the end. And the way they interact, you might want to question yourself whether this belongs more to PG Emacs or more to Trump. But at the end of the day, both applications will be able to benefit from the functions of the other. So that's the beauty of the philosophy right here. I do see.
Absolutely, I agree. Sorry, before we move to a different question, just an additional point. I should point out that to warn people that probably running over an SSH tunnel is going to be a bit slow. I mostly use it on my own machine via a local Unix connection, and for some reason that I haven't understood, PG Emacs is quite a bit slower when it's even on the connecting to the same database on the local machine, but via Emacs's network support instead of via the Unix socket support. There is like a factor 10 difference in throughput and in latency. I don't really understand why currently, because it's using exactly the same Emacs Lisp level primitives and when you do this using other libraries like libpq, which is the Postgres standard official library for connecting to Postgres, there's not such a performance difference. So there's probably something that is not working perfectly in the Emacs network support. I'll have to see whether I can investigate how to improve that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a. I'm going to say it sounds like a great bug to have, because it feels like it will allow you to dig deeper into Emacs to understand what is going on here. Because as you said, normally it's supposed to work exactly the same, especially if it's still in your local machine, but it doesn't. So that's personally, that's the kind of bug that I really like and that I'd like to spend more time investigating. So perhaps you might think otherwise, but I wish you luck on the debugging with this particular matter. All right, moving to the last question that we have, and then we'll probably go on a little bit of a break. Question: is SQLite mode also capable of all of this functionality, table relations, etc.? If not, will it be possible to abstract out this functionality from PG Emacs somehow?
So I'm not very familiar with SQLite mode because I don't really use it very much myself. I'm not sure I can answer that question. Sorry about that. I think it is probably a bit more basic because SQLite itself is quite a bit more basic in terms of the types of indexes it's able to support and the types of constraints it's able to support. Is it relevant to create an abstract API for connecting to databases? That I think there is already actually a library that abstracts out from SQLite and Postgres. Postgres, when you connect to it via a PSQL subsystem, it might be worthwhile doing that, but there are often a few minor differences in SQL syntax and so on between databases. So it might be difficult to have something that really works with generic queries in an effective way. All these SQL dialects are a little bit different, unfortunately.
So
Yes.
there was another question
Go on.
about. I was just going to read out the next question. So have you thought about integrating your work into the Emacs tree? Do you know if people are interested? This was a question from the pad.
Yeah, I think it's probably a bit young to do so so far, because I'm updating it quite regularly. Maybe once it's more stabilized, I wouldn't necessarily object to this. I have some sort of philosophical objections to giving away my copyright, so I'm not sure that will actually be possible. But
oh, that'd be interesting. I'd love to get you on like maybe a panel talk about that sometime.
Something I'd think about. Well, from a very simple point of view, I think that the copyright and the system works well with the existing license and without a license transfer. So I don't feel that without a copyright transfer, I don't feel that the copyright transfer is really a necessary step for taking things away from maintainers. It feels like asking the maintainers to give up on some of on their copyright.
Indeed, yeah, I see where that's
like
a
that's
little
not-
beyond our scope, but it's a fascinating topic, and I appreciate you sharing your views there. I mean, that sounds like a whole topic of its own, frankly. Yeah.
Colton, do you want to field the last question?
Sure. So, the question was, I almost missed this one. So glad I didn't. This may have been answered already. What do you use for in-buffer tables? Do you use vtable?
Yep. Thanks for that question. It is indeed vtable. However, it's not really vtable. It's a fork that I made, which is called PG Emacs table, because vtable doesn't have exactly the right functionality, in particular for recoloring rows when you add a row. So I have currently forked this. I'm thinking about giving those back as patches to vtable, plausibly. I know that there is some ongoing work also on vtable in the core, so I'll have to look at what is plausible to feed back into the main version.
All right, great. I think we are nearing the end of the Q&A. We are due to move to the next talk in about 3 minutes now.
I can fill 30 seconds or a minute of that with, I guess, one more maybe back and forth, and I'll try to be quicker this time. First of all, thanks for your kind remarks. But my question wasn't really about Windows so much. It was just how I'm relating so have you, let me put it more simply, have you started looking at integrating with Emacs 30 or with the master branch at all? Or do you have any sense of how much work it's going to be for you to carry things forward there?
I've tested it with the pre-release, yes. I mean, just very basic testing, and everything works perfectly. There's really no there was no difference that I have noticed between 29.4 and the 30 pre-release on the aspects that I use, at least in Emacs.
Neato. Thanks. That was it, Leo.
All right.
Thanks for letting me back in for one more bite at the apple there, and I appreciate everybody tuning in and participating in the Q&A and this awesome talk.
Thanks for your questions. That was great.
Yeah, and thank you for answering them and for the presentation as well. So we'll be moving in about 2 minutes to the next talk, which is pre-recorded as well. Well, we didn't really give you the chance, Eric, to have the last word. So do you have any last word?
No, just thanks to all the organizers, and please try it out, try out PG Emacs and send some feedback that'll help improve it over time.
Sure, great. Well, thank you so much, Eric, for taking the time to come to the conference, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. And we'll be live with the next talk in about 1 minute 30. So we'll take a little bit of breather, go make some coffee, go take a bio break. We'll be back soon. See you in a bit.
Next, we have Literate Programming for the 21st Century by Howard Abrams. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Can you believe it's been a decade since I started pontificating on literate programming? I am Howard Abrams. In 2015, I spoke at this EmacsConf where I described my challenges I called literate DevOps. The conference wasn't completely virtual, even though I was. My city of Portland was suffering a citywide electrical outage and I was without power, so I gave the talk in the corner of my friend's living room. People online asking questions and wondering about literate programming. I also see comments explaining why literate programming hasn't caught on in corporate practice. I often don't engage. Is the online arguments and chatter over ignorance or preference? Sure, we're wired differently. My favorite programming languages put the parentheses before the function name. Literate programming has come a long way since Knuth proposed it in the 19th century. I feel it's come a long way just in the last 10 years. Obviously, this interest is due to org. I don't think I would bother if all I had was Knuth's original preprocessor. But since I'm talking to fellow nerds about an open source project without corporate backing, let me change the title of my talk and repitch Literate Programming in the 24th and a half century. People often ask if I still program that way. I guess they want to know if there's any long-term benefits. For many of our tools and our workflows, while initially tantalizing, often don't last. But yes, when I sit down to write a program, I create a file with an extension of org. I guess you can say I program literally. Let me be transparent. Do I use literate programming during my day job? Yes, but only for personal tools or for initial investigation. At the end of the sprint, I tangle the file and git commit that. My personal projects, on the other hand, are org files, and since I can't show you the code from my day job, I'm afraid my example code will have a lot of parentheses. I'm sure you won't mind. I like having my Emacs configuration in org. It's pretty bling. It has over 8,000 lines of code. I know, I can hear the screams and gasps over the network. However, the surrounding prose in org adds 10,000 lines, and those lines are non-wrap paragraphs. Is that large? Sure, we've all worked on larger, so I guess it's not huge. But come on, it's still significant. Advantages? Look who I'm talking to. I'm sure you know the advantages, but indulge me. I feel that one advantage of literate programming, especially with large code bases, is how you can organize and manage the complexity. Most programming languages tame large bases by putting code in separate files. While org can too, with org we can group related functions together under expandable headlines. Here's one. You can kind of see that I've got different sections grouped together. In my original talk, I mentioned how I would attempt to organize my thoughts before coding. I appreciate how I can look back at my notes. In my Emacs configuration, I review the prose to help memorize key bindings. My section on getting email working with Emacs using not much means creating small collections of scripts and configuration files. I can tangle them all from one org file. I like that I can explain each part separately. You just can't beat having links back to Stack Overflow or that GitHub repo where you became inspired to write your code. Literate programming may push the boundaries of our workflows and revealing some abrasion, but we aren't solely working with org. We have the flexibility of a Lisp engine to file down those rough parts. You may have your concerns. Perhaps you can reach out to me, and with particular issues, maybe we can figure something out. But here is my list of frictions, and the rest of my talk demonstrates my answers and my hacks. A goal in literate programming with org is that it should not require more effort than non-literate programming. For instance, I shouldn't have to type much more than regular programming to get my code literate. I also shouldn't have to worry about the state between my org file and the source code. And I want to be able to jump around my code just as easily. Let me explain more. I've created some templates using Yaz snippets. And since I was used to the old org tempo feature, my habit has all the snippets starting with a less than character. I'm not sure if I should demonstrate all of them, as you may be doing something similar. I like to build on top of characters to remind me that if I just enter a less than s, I need to put in the language. But if I append a mnemonic, I can get a full language. So why not do that with a full function definition? In this case, I'm smooshing one Yaz snippet inside another one in order to save myself some typing. My point here is to pay attention to what slows us down or hinders you from getting the advantages you want. Do you ever forget to tangle your code? You can append this code to the bottom of your org file so that it gets tangled every time you save. I've written a function so I can visit that tangled file and then return. I've grouped all my functions together. I've taken a cue from Charles Choi, Kicking Vegas, and his casual feature set. But instead of transient, I've just made a Hydra using the major mode Hydra package. Anyway, this allows me to use and remember my micro optimizations. If you set the comment property to link, the tangled output is back connected. This allows us to edit the tangled code and have it update the org file. Personally, I don't like this. My source of truth is the org file, and I tangle as a one-way diode. Often, a block of code will reference a variable or call a function defined in another block of code. In my original Literate DevOps talk, I discussed how to use the output from one block into another block by naming the first block and referencing it with a var for the second. However, if all the blocks use the same language, you can use sessions, which create a persistent REPL behind the scenes. Let's evaluate the blocks of Python code in this file. The evaluation created a Python REPL. It's available in another buffer. This buffer matches the name of the session, but with surrounding asterisks. Evaluating a code block sends it into the REPL, and now I can work with my code blocks interactively. That's not quite right. I primarily hack an Emacs Lisp, and textual changes to variables, functions, or macros, unless you habitually type Control-C, Control-C, may not represent the state of your machine. And a similar effect happens in any language that uses sessions. Sure, I can move the point to a block and evaluate, but I have 3 functions that allow me to evaluate all blocks in a buffer, or all blocks in a subtree, or I can, without moving the point, evaluate any block I see. Now, this function here evaluates all blocks in a buffer, and someone once mentioned calling this function when you first load a file. I'm not sure that's a good policy. I mean, have you not written a bug? Since this function right here evaluates only visible blocks, we can limit what Emacs evaluates to a single org mode section. For instance, with the cursor in one section, I can evaluate just the blocks in that header section. If I can see a block, why clumsily navigate to it when I can extend the AV project to just jump to it? For instance, let's pull this file up. I can jump to any of the 4 blocks. I think that's quite slick. Now, why navigate to a code block solely to evaluate it? Yes, this is a terrible example, but these 3 blocks set a variable to different values. So without moving the point, I can evaluate any one of them. To be honest, the reason why I wrote this is because I often forget to evaluate a block after editing it. I've moved on and I just don't want to jump back. Now I can just evaluate from a distance. I apologize for the previous terrible examples, but I'm quite pleased with this feature. As I mentioned earlier, in a large code base, we organize code by library or module, and each file contains a class composed of methods, functions, variables, fields, yada. Literate programming in org files allows me to add a semantic organization layer where I can group related concepts under headlines. Now, while this isn't specific to literate programming, I wrote a little user interface to allow me to jump to any heading in any org file in a particular project. These are the heading in my Emacs configuration project. Notice the file name beforehand, before the colon character. The header name and its parent headers are after. Let me search for the LSP sections. Maybe I only want the ones for Python. Now I use ripgrep to search the files and then some Lisp to parse the output. Unless someone has already done this, I should package this up on Melpa. What about jumping directly to the definition of a function, variable, or what have you? We can use Emacs's built-in xref library, but these functions don't understand that the source code is in org files. When I started using Emacs 30-something years ago, I would pre-index my source into tag files, but the dumbjump project uses the newfangled and faster text search programs like ripgrep to find a symbol in real time. So I followed this pattern and wrote an extension to the xref API. Now, I want to jump around my code from both a code block or in the surrounding prose. Now, I'm sure it comes as no surprise that my presentation is just an org file. Let's suppose my cursor is on this symbol. I wrote this function for this demonstration. We can jump to the definition, and I can jump back. Notice it jumped into an org file and back out. References, unlike definitions, is where something is defined and where it's used. Well, you know how the XRS system works. Here I can jump to the definition or, where it's used, and of course, jump back. I think this is cool. This should be a nifty package on Melpa. But my code is specific to Lisp, and I'm not completely sure how to make it general. For instance, what is a symbol? If you know the language, this is obvious. But what should the language be when your cursor is in the prose of an org file? Python only supports sequences of alphanumeric and underscores, but in Lisp, a symbol can be almost any character sequence. I've been stewing on how to do this, and I have ideas like prompting during the first query or scanning the language based on the nearest code block. I think I'm babbling. Ooh, in true geek fashion, I dived into the details before answering some better questions. In my original literate DevOps talk, I explained the advantages of initially writing down your thoughts, your plans, goals, sure, the user requirements. But what do you do with all that luscious prose afterwards? Well, you do the same thing you do to your initial code. You refactor that prose. Just because the text surrounding your code is now a first-class citizen doesn't excuse bad code. You want something more from both your code and your prose. The prose of your literate program isn't just a regurgitation of the code in the block. You want something more helpful. You're really writing a research paper to yourself. I know what you're thinking. You've seen my Git repos. I'm guilty and not always the best example. However, I do get great joy when I see someone ask about something in Emacs, and my response is little more than a link to some online repo that I've rendered as a website. I'm out of time. I hope this has been interesting philosophically as well as practically, as I think literate programming is the cat's meow. I'm afraid this summary slide is about my home-baked solutions that fit my needs, but hopefully you can recognize your pain points and address them. If you don't need my literate DevOps specific techniques for connecting code blocks, I suggest using sessions by default. I highly recommend looking at your workflow and writing snippets to give you less typing for org blocks. I now jump by headlines in my projects, but extending xref to support org files made literate programming as easy as programming the old-fashioned way. I do need to make it more general to put up on Melpa, though. Thanks for watching. Happy hacking, my friends.
And I believe we are live. So hi, Howard. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Good to hear from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, you've been a regular of the show, I would say, for quite a while. And it's good. I really like the retrospective that you did for the first time you attended EmacsConf. And when was it? Was it 2015? I can't actually remember. Maybe a little
2015 was when I presented that, but I did an earlier talk the year before. So yeah, that's why I kind of think it's like, wow, it's been a decade. It's been a while.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I'm glad that you are in a much better recording situation that you were in 2015 at the back of your colleague's house. It's good to see you at your own place.
Well, it's also nice to pre-record and then just share.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we keep talking about pre-recording. You know, when we really pushed pre-recordings, I think it was 5 years ago when we started, people were not really liking it. They thought, oh, but most conferences are just asking you to come and chat. And, you know, I don't need to do the pesky pre-recording. But now, and especially for you regulars, you're really starting to realize that pre-recordings are actually amazing for everyone. You're less stressed on the day of the conference. We, the organizers, are way less stressed. So it's a win-win scenario for absolutely everyone in the equation.
Okay, so there's some confirmation bias at work, but I'm not really arguing with what Leo says for the record. It may be that we are just this stoked that we're lying to ourselves by the opportunity that we have to chat with each of you.
Sure,
and to get,
sure.
Get at you behind the scenes.
I have really appreciated all of the transcripts. It's been great that to be able to read and copy and paste and all that kind of thing. Yeah, it's great. So yeah, let's answer some questions here.
Right.
Let's see. Yeah, just feel free to jump onto the Etherpad and just drop on the questions. I'll keep answering them all day, kind of thing, and get better answers as we go along. So yeah, the first question here is, what's my largest code base? I kind of touched it in the in my presentation. However, I think someone just went through and did a better count, and it looks like I've got a little bit more. So so as I joked about in the video, is it large? We've all worked on larger code bases, but it's kind of significant. So it's not. So yeah. Anyway. So let's talk a little bit about searching for functions here. If you've got your functions in your word code block, well, you can search for the descriptions, as long as you've evaluated it. And so that wasn't so much of a problem, but I did want to look at the commentary around any function that I would define. And that's where, the Control X or the Control F to find that function and display it, it won't pull out the literate stuff around it. Obviously, it'll only do the doc header. But if you could search for it and find it quick, then it might be just as useful. And I guess that's why I started getting into seeing if I can't tie that into the XREF, just the standard ways. My first part, I noticed that Evil has a different way of searching through for looking for code definitions. That was my first foray into it. And it's like, oh, that's not a bad idea. Let's hook it up under, in the standard way. Let's see. Have I ever used org transclusion? No, I haven't, but I think I want to take a look at it. I haven't heard of it before. Let's see. What's my usage of dynamic blocks in my workflows? That's a real good question. I haven't really used them a lot in all of my workflows, but yeah, it's an interesting, we always start, At first, all we're doing is just taking a few notes, then we start organizing, then we've got links, and then we're writing code blocks, and then agendas and table. We keep building up on it. And I guess I haven't really added that to my workflow, but maybe I'll have to come back and report on that. Is the mini buffer being deliberately hidden in my video? Not deliberately. I recorded it first and accidentally not clipped the video and trimmed that all off. So I went through and started fixing all of it. But yeah, so you'll notice the mini buffer kind of comes and goes in the video. Sorry about that. So yeah, it wasn't intentional at all. What's my take on Emacs org versus Jupyter? That's a real good question. I've been toying about seeing if I could do everything that some people do in Jupyter Notebooks in org. I don't need to do it as much because I'm still kind of doing a lot of Lisp programming and a lot of my DevOps, which is a lot of shell work and a lot of Python. Most of the Jupyter Notebooks, they kind of automatically include a lot of things in from either Julia or Python, and like NumPy and all the, just all the dynamic stuff that's going on there. And since it has a server, it can kind of, I don't know, it seems like it's running a lot more stuff and then just shipping it back off into the web app. That has been the biggest challenge as I've tried to kind of duplicate that. I don't really know NumPy and all the math stuff and that sort of stuff that well. So trying to do like matrix multiplications and that kind of thing that seemed to be pretty easy in the Jupyter, it's not very easy in org. I've attempted to kind of work with Julia, and the Julia support for org is really limited, it seems. That's the JU and the Jupyter, the J and the Jupyter. So yeah, there's some improvements we could probably make. So I think if somebody is comfortable with Jupyter and that seems to work, you may have to stay there. I don't know how easy. I would be curious to try to see what we could do as a community to kind of make that transition a lot easier. Do you think any programming language is more suited to literate programming than another? Hey, that's a real good question. A lot of mine is with Emacs Lisp, and obviously that's a first-class citizen in Emacs. Go figure, right? So that one certainly works. A lot depends on the support in the OB version for the Babel work. Python is really well supported, and yeah, Emacs Lisp. Others, shell, it works, but it's hard to get both the values, the variables out of the environment variables into your thing. So most everything is just with the results of output. So, some languages aren't quite as good as others for sure. I would love to see better support for more interesting languages, especially ones that are compiled. I've been dabbling with Rust and what can we do to have Rust more iterative as well? So to use inline org function calls in org Babel library. So I used to do a lot of org Babel libraries to kind of share things. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking through here. I've done a lot of it in the past. There were a lot of bugs in it. I don't know, 8 years ago when I was playing with it. I bet things have improved a lot more, and it'd probably save me a lot more effort. Right now, most of the literate DevOps, the DevOps kind of stuff that I'm doing is calling a lot of back-end programs and that sort of thing. So the org Babel kind of has limited help in that regard. And as far as my Emacs work, well, it's just part of the session, so it's going to be available or not. So that hasn't been as helpful either. So it's kind of dropped off. But I bet if you're using something, like say Python, it might be a lot more helpful. Another question: how do you handle the cases where org markup may sometimes interfere with some of the code in places where you can't escape? Oh, okay. All right. Let me see if I understand the question correctly. When I'm making prose and I'm talking about a function that I've written somewhere else, like, oh, I need to work on this, or this calls this, and yeah, I'll use the tildes or the equal signs on either side to make sure it's clear that it's code. In my xref, when I'm doing a thing at point, so it can go look for that symbol, I do look for those kind of things at the end and strip them off so that I can mark it up and still search and it's still okay. I'm not sure if that's the answer to the question. Yeah, clarifying. When I'm making prose, I'm talking about a function I've written somewhere else. Yeah. That is what I'm talking about, where a function with tildes on either end, and if I do an xref search find for that symbol, it'll strip that off and then still look for the function name, so I can still mark it correctly. You said at the start that literate didn't catch on in corporate DevOps. Why not? I guess the big thing is not everybody's using Emacs, and I don't think anybody would be doing literate programming if you didn't have Emacs. I mean, you got to have org, or it just doesn't work that well, right? Why not that full stack on Markdown? Yeah, so I often do a lot of Markdown, and I have got so I've gone through and make my Markdown look a lot like org. So my headers are the same size as org. When I do the triple backticks, and specify your language, we can now colorize that, so you can kind of now have it syntactically marked up. It would be interesting if we kind of expanded on Markdown so that I could do a Control-C twice on it and run that code block. That's a real good idea. Maybe we should work on that. How does your management of to-dos, project, and tasks interact with this literate mindset?
I can't believe I'm going to do this, but Howard, I'm going to break right in there because I just can't. I need to talk about that. So this is I bought a domain. Gosh,
go for it, Corey.
And really, what I mean is, I have this domain. If somebody gets some work done in this area, I'm fascinated by this. That's mostly, really, actually, my whole comment. But I just wanted to say, indeed, that is something maybe we should work on. Well said. I think the idea of having something that's full stack baked around Emacs is pretty fascinating, just thinking about it as some command line tool that we can run to get some work done, and then there are documents involved. And as coming back to the kind of corporate sense of some of the things, like that's a little dicey, the same way a free software project raising money for itself is a little dicey.
Sure.
Might be a necessary way to get through certain kinds of things. And like what the corporate side of the world brings to the table here, in my mind, is that idea of I've got a formal process. Like the process itself is an asset. If I were selling my company, that would be visibly of value to outside auditors that would help us arbitrate the sale. It's just empirical, right?
Sure.
And then tie that together with free software's kind of maybe a little unstated ethos of doing our work in the open, and you might even deal with some of the ick factor that that I sort of hand waved around
maybe
there.
so, but yeah, the downside to that is you'd still need to use Emacs to run through it, right? You know, for all those cool features, yes, it would be kind of a yet another killer app that we would have.
So my domain name is org.vm or org.vm, and my concept is really put org into a box, build a UI around it. It executes things that manipulate files that generate, let's say, web UX. Right, and that's just one conceptual solution, but I really do think this is a super fun topic, and that's the I'm not sure my idea is that wonderful. I personally haven't soaked too many weekends into it, but I just love the way you're thinking in terms of, well, we should think more about that. Gosh, that's great to hear.
Yeah, because yeah, I mean, just like the talk yesterday on the future of org, it's like let's standardize it, because yeah, we don't want to have org fragmented like Markdown is. Markdown is terribly fragmented. You know, everybody's got different implementations, and yeah, what I've ended up doing, I don't know if you've seen my blog, but I'm always just writing an org and talking to myself and writing questions and answers, and essays come out of that. And then I'll put them on my webpage, and it's easy to publish to a webpage. Well, I do the same thing at work, but I need to have it in Markdown. I don't start in Markdown though. I'm always starting in org, because that, you know, I can really work through the problem space, you know, of executing code blocks and making sure they work, and all of that sort of stuff. And then I just export to Markdown and then go cleaned up a little bit if I need to.
And that makes a lot of sense.
But I am editing Markdown afterwards. So yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice. It's just, it's all done over here as opposed to, you know, adding it over there. But yeah, let's think about it.
Every bit as much as that, you know, I jumped in the spirit of, yes, let's think about it. You know, your comments about, let's think about the workflows that work for us. Wow, does that hit home, right? So great comment.
Yeah. Okay, so on to-dos and that sort of thing, you know, a lot is the same as it was 10 years ago. At the beginning of every sprint, you know, we at my company, we're using Jira. All jokes are valid when I say that. But I just go to its webpage. I copy all the tasks that I need to do that sprint. I wrote a function that takes that code and reformats it as a bunch of org tasks for me to do that I can just now have all my to-dos. And I start to work off of that from that point on. So it'll reference all the projects, and I do symlinks to every code base that I need to use. Most of the to-dos I put inside my code block is kind of just for me, just so I can remember it, because the work that I have to do needs to be tracked a little more, you know, more fine-grained, I guess. Yeah. Do I use LP also on larger project, more files and nested directories? Yeah, I haven't really done nested directories, but I can now. Now that I've now kind of realized that I have the feature that I demonstrated, where I can just jump to any projects for a particular project. All the org files and all the headings show up. That works in nested directories. So. Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody's typing it in. Yeah. So it's definitely possible. And I have now, since I recorded the talk, I've been busy typing in and trying to extract that out of my init file and make it into a package. I'm looking for a good name right now. I'm calling it JOPS, jump to project sections. Anyway, but yeah, I think that's kind of a nice, useful feature. Have I used Cucumber, Gherkin, and other behavior-driven development? Have I? I mean, I do a lot of more test driven. I do a lot of unit tests, and I just put it right in my code base, because if it's in my pros, I can just shove it in there. I've got the test right next to the function that I'm testing. I like that, so I can kind of see it. I don't tangle it out to that same source file. I tangle it somewhere else, if I tangle it at all, because I don't need to. I can just control C that and run it. I like that aspect of it. Yeah, just keeping things together. That's the big problem I have with a lot of tests, is the tests are somewhere else. It's separate from the code. I like seeing it all together, but a lot depends on how extensive it is. So for a lot of the, the tests that we end up doing, where, you've got to do a lot of mocks and a lot of startup and tear down, that kind of thing. Yeah, that doesn't help as much. And you probably have to kind of go old school on that. What granularity I'm looking for with my org files and my sub content, that's a real good question and really subjective. I change that over time. I begin by just dump everything in my head into a file, and then I go through and start to refine it. And then like my goal was at one point was to have an Emacs config file. It was really small and simple, and boy, that just doesn't happen. It's just too fun to add things and try new ideas. And and I found my files were just littered with good ideas that were half baked and not finished. And so it's like, oh, I need to extract these and put them into different files so I can keep it clean. And so I think it's like with any code base, you're just going to keep refactoring. It's an iterative process. So having the ability to, like with an org file, where you can archive a subtree. Okay, this idea didn't pan out, archive it. I can come back to it later. Being able to just kind of shove it somewhere else is really a nice little feature. All right, not a question, just a comment. That we need more of your insightful posts and videos. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Yes, it's been a fun journey.
And I think we are coming up on our time, actually. So that is just an amazing quiz. It helps me from manipulating, as I said, or as I put it earlier, like my chances as an organizer, or not manipulating, monopolizing my chance as an organizer to just get a chance to pick your brain on all kinds of things, which is
too kind. Appreciate it. It's been fun. All right, I'll try answering more questions online as well. All right, talk to you later.
And we appreciate your being in the huge resource that you are to the community. Thanks to everyone for tuning in, and we'll be coming over to our next talk in just a moment here. And so bear with us through the transition as we slip into, I think is that our penultimate or our ultimate talk? We have one or two left. I'm not sure.
I think we've got a couple of talks left. Hi again, sorry, I'm back. Okay, thank you, Howard. And we will be moving to the next talk in about 6 minutes. So if you need to grab some coffee, some tea, use the time wisely. And to confirm, we will have 1, 2, 3 more talks this afternoon. So there's still plenty to go around. See you in a bit, folks. Okay, hi again everyone. We are moving to the next talk in about 8 seconds now. See you in a bit.
Hello, my name is Daniel Pinkston. I'm in my last year of high school, about to go to university. About 2.5 years ago, I discovered Emacs. My life has now been separated into 2 chapters, before and after Emacs. How could this tool be so impactful? Well, you'll just have to see. I made this talk for people who ask questions like this, but don't know where to start. When I started using Emacs for school, it took me a long time to find what I liked. There wasn't many examples of a full process for organization. This talk was made to guide students like me, those who wanted more from their software workflow that they can learn and adapt from. My main idea was essentially explained by Zeist in his EmacsConf presentation in 2019. He said something to the effect of, one of the great parts about Doom Emacs as a starting point is that it shows beginners how different packages mesh with each other. He says that people often have trouble seeing how to develop workflows using the thousands of packages Emacs has. In this talk, I introduce some Emacs tools and how they work together to improve a student's academic workflow. Let us commence. If you are watching this talk and have never heard of Emacs, it's a customizable text editor. When you become more experienced, it becomes your entire operating system. You just live inside of Emacs. It's also free as in free pencils and open source, which means that you don't have to pay to download Emacs and its source code. Emacs doesn't charge you a monthly subscription, nor does it steal all of your information. Yeah, I know, it's pretty crazy. In this talk, I introduce some Emacs tools and how they work together to improve a student's academic workflow. Earlier I read this post on this website that said, I can only imagine the great things you'd be able to learn and retain in your brain thanks to the great Emacs ecosystem. You've made the best choice, with far-going implications. I promise you not once, not even subtly, have I ever regretted having invested in learning Emacs. It's the best gift anyone can present to themselves. You will forever feel indebted to your younger self for this gift. I guarantee that. I think that this is a real testament to the true power of Emacs. There's simply no other software like it. It's a complete and fitting solution for those who are willing to master it. Hopefully by now you're invested in learning Emacs. But before we jump into the technicalities of everything, we should outline the main things that you need it to do as a student. The best students have their system figured out so that it can do these things quickly and efficiently. They should have no problem quickly organizing what they need to do along with capturing information from their classes. But you may be wondering, how does Emacs do all that? Well, it does it with org mode. It was built to be an outliner for note-taking and list management, exactly what a student needs. One of the key features is that it's plain text, which means that you can migrate it between computers and it's not a proprietary format. For those of you who have heard of Markdown, org is similar in that it's a markup language. However, it's a bit older and it goes way beyond Markdown's simple text formatting with its scheduling, task management, and organization features, all captured within plain text simplicity. This slide shows off one of my notes from a heavily customized Emacs window. Yours probably won't look like this from the start, but you can personalize its appearance with custom themes. It's finally time to get into the technicalities. What you need to do with your notes in org mode is create, search, and possibly publish them. I prefer Denote for creating my notes, but there are many Emacs packages for that. Denote is just lightweight and gets the job done. I used to use org Roam, but I didn't need or use all of its features. I also use Anki, a free and open source flashcard program, but of course I make all my flashcards in org mode. For searching, I often use Find and grep, which are both standard utilities on Linux. Other operating systems probably have a tool to replicate this functionality. The final item is exporting. There are many scenarios in which I want to publish my notes to share them with teachers or peers. One of my favorite features of org mode is the exportability of the notes you make. This presentation was actually made in org mode, and so are all of my lab reports and essays for school. I also write my web page articles in org mode, which a program called Hugo converts into static HTML. So far, you haven't actually seen what it's like to use these tools. Here's a quick demo of how I track what I need to do. First, I always open up my todo.org file in my denote directory. For school assignments, I have a heading under inbox where I have entries for each class I'm enrolled in. Each class's heading has a tag on it, which the assignment inherits as a subheading. Here's an example assignment. I have a test in physics next Wednesday, and the deadline to finish studying for it is the day that I'm taking it. When I plan my studying, I run the keybind for org schedule to schedule the day on which I will study it. I can also mark it as the highest priority, making it the most important thing to do. I can also open up my agenda to see my tasks. I've cleaned it up as to not reveal any of my nefarious plans. This agenda is customized, but there are many tutorials on how to do this. My agenda has been the most transforming part of my student experience, and I've gotten a lot better at managing what I need to do. Next, I'll show you what I like to do to take notes. The main entry point for a new note is always starting with meta_x denote. You fill out a couple of customizable prompts that will ask for values of the note. I'll start by making a new note, which we'll call test note. Then we'll give it a key for what category it's under. For this, I usually put the subject of the class that I'm doing this note for, be it programming, English, history, or science. Try to keep them short. And then Shazam, we have ourselves a brand new note which we can start typing away in. The cool thing about the note is, you don't have to manually name your note files. It uses a standard convention using the time, the title, and the keywords of the note to make it unique. You can even make a meta note, a note about notes, to show a list of notes under a certain keyword. The final step in creation is flashcards. There is a great package called Anki Editor that makes Emacs able to push cards into Anki. There isn't much to overcomplicate here, it's just content on front and back, sometimes with images and complete the phrase. You can also set up LaTeX math formatting, but I don't really use it that much. If you're living in Emacs all the time, you may want some creature comforts. These are some of my favorite. Org download is a package that allows you to paste images from your clipboard into an org file. Logos is a text narrowing tool that helps you restrict what text you can see and focus on what you're writing. It extends Emacs default narrowing, also adding functionality for quickly switching to headings for a presentation look. It can remove your mode line and center your text for better focus. Org fragtog allows you to move between previews of your LaTeX formulas and the unrendered syntax. PDF view mode is a fully fledged PDF reader, complete with annotations and org syntax, highlighting, and clickable links. Something you may want to consider is digital versus handwritten notes. There have been several talks in the past about how to integrate handwritten notes into Emacs, such as retyping them or scanning them in with an OCR tool. I don't think that typed notes are the only way that you should take notes, but if you do try writing, at least get some nice stationery. I've seen people ask online to YouTubers and Twitch streamers asking, "What is your keyboard? What is your window manager?" I understand that they're curious, but cosplaying as a productive person by using the same tools won't accomplish anything. Emacs will not make you a productive person. It can be a significant time investment because of how customizable it is. However, I believe it will make it easier for you to be productive, as it certainly has for me. This was just an example workflow to show prospective students how they can use Emacs for their needs. Even if you don't end up using Emacs in the end, you can still apply most of its ideas to other software, it just won't be as customizable and extensible as Emacs is. Thank you for listening to my talk. It's been a great pleasure to finally take part in this conference in some capacity, and I'm glad I was given a chance. To all the students who may try Emacs in the future, good luck because there might not be any going back. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot me an email. Thank you for your time.
And I believe we are live. Hi Daniel, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's cold outside, but it's nice in here, yeah.
Yeah, I can assure you it's very cold in my own place as well. We do EmacsConf always in December, and that's always when it's particularly cold where I live, and I assume, where you live as well. So don't worry, we'll try to keep you warm with interesting questions. But first, thank you for taking the time out of your busy high schooler life to make a presentation about Emacs. Do you have any thoughts about the process of recording something for a conference? Because I assume it's one of the first ones you're ever doing.
Yeah, this is definitely my first conference. I think it was not as difficult as I thought it would be. I just recorded in my basement and prepared some notes beforehand. I think it was definitely helpful to have Emacs as a tool for that, because I made my presentation with Beamer.
Right. I mean, it's amazing to see so many of the tools, because you've shown Emacs obviously, but you've shown Beamer. You've shown tools that are about twice as old as you are yourself, which is amazing when you think about it. But I think many people in the audience can actually relate to your discovery of those tools, because we were pretty much, I mean, a lot of us were your age when we started playing with those tools. So it's like there's a little bit of nostalgia that we feel looking at your presentation, because we can see the excitement behind everything you've touched. And that's great for us, because it brings us back maybe 10 or 20 years in the past, and for others, perhaps for 30 or 40 years. So that's kind of amazing. How about we start taking some questions? So just for timekeeping, we have until 20 of the current hours, which is 8 minutes and 30 seconds to cover as many questions as possible. Now, if we might take the first one. So, Colin, can you scroll down to the questions? Yes. And I'll be reading you the questions just to make it a little easier for you, Daniel, to answer them. I use Orgram for notes and find it very useful. Have you considered it?
Yeah, that's actually where I started out for taking notes. Then I moved to Denote because I didn't use all of its features. For Orgram, I meant. I also didn't really like the dependency on an external database. It just took a while for stuff to index if I moved it between using SyncThing between my laptop and my desktop.
Yeah, it's definitely something. I mean, I co-maintain Orgram, so I'm fully aware of this problem with it. And yeah, SyncThing is not great to sync a database, a SQLite database that we use. And I mean, whichever solution you use, whatever works for you is good. Orgram was kind of thought in terms of scalability for people who had, thousands of notes with thousands of links inside of them. So perhaps it's not adapted to your note-taking style right now, but perhaps it's something to keep in mind. It's many tools and you use them when you need to. Colin, if we can switch the questions, I'm switching to the second one. Do you use the getting things done methodology as part of your org workflow?
So there's an interesting thing about that. I started with org first, and then I heard about getting things done. So I didn't exactly design my workflow with that in mind, but I sort of reinvented it, I would say. Not really, but I do a lot of the similar things, but I don't have the different to-do states I don't know an example because I didn't really look into it that much, but it would be next is the next thing you're going to do. But I don't think I do it exactly that way. It's sort of like how I described in the demos, where I just write what I need to do and then schedule it and then look at my agenda for the next thing.
Yeah, I mean, part of the beauty of using Emacs, org mode, or using a methodology like getting things done is that I think you need to find room in the method or the tool for you to organically do what you want. And it's okay to not do everything in a getting things done methodology. Like, I know a lot of people take issue with the tickler file where you're supposed to put stuff to review in the future. Like, for instance, if you don't want to work on this particular topic right now in your life, you decide, oh, I'd like to revisit this topic maybe in 6 months. And then you have this tickler file, which has entries and folders for each month of the year. And when 6 months comes and you find yourself at the beginning of the next month, You open the file and you see, oh, there's the task I left off for later. A lot of people don't like to do it this way. Some people really like it. But part of the beauty of having tools which are very modular, like Emacs and org mode allows you to have, well, you just adjust the method for something that works. And there's something to be garnered as well for applying those lessons to how you organize your life, not merely in front of a computer, but also how you manage your task elsewhere at school, high school, or elsewhere. All right, moving to the next question. orgfc and orgdrill are Emacs org mode-centric flashcard solution. Have you looked into them?
I think I looked into org drill, but I wanted to use Anki because of I wanted to use it on my phone, but then I realized I had to pay for the app, and then I didn't want to use it on my phone anymore. But it's just something that I used before without org mode for a little bit, and then I liked it. But
okay.
Yeah, it works pretty well with org mode, so I didn't find a reason to switch to one of those because like I might be not at a computer one day and have to learn something. So
yeah, that's something that you call premature optimization, and if you continue as a software engineer at university, you'll get to hear plenty of this. But yes, Anki is also a tool that I've used a whole lot in my learning journeys, be it about languages, be it about literature, be it about whatever, really. And it's a very good tool, and I recommend people to look into it, especially since they've released a new algorithm to manage learning a little differently than the old one. If you're familiar with Sun PM Emo, I really invite you to look into the advancement in Anki in recent years. Moving to another question. What do other students think about your approach? And what are they doing instead, if anything? And your teachers, what do they think?
So for other students, they usually are just confused about what's going on when I show my computer, because they know that I use Linux, but they don't know what it is. So they're just assuming everything on my computer is I'm either hacking or like doing some Linux thing. And I don't really bother to explain it to them. So that's kind of what this talk was for, is so I can refer people to a pre-recording if they are actually curious instead of superficially curious. But for teachers,
I love it. See my prior videos. That's wonderful. Pardon me for breaking in, Daniel. But I just since I want to say wonderful presentation. I love your spirit, your tone, and great thought there.
Thank you. For my teachers, I think I showed them this year for the first time because it didn't really interact where they would see what happens. Because if I like write an essay or something, I usually paste it in Google Docs. But recently, I got more confident and would just export to LaTeX. And I did that for my physics labs. And my teacher was pretty satisfied with the results for the math formatting. So I think they don't really have a problem with it, where it's actually more convenient, maybe.
That's really great to hear. And if you continue at university, which I'm almost sure that you will, your professors, you'll be pretty much using the same tool as they are. So you'll find yourself in like-minded crowd of people once you get to university. We are a little short on time because we need to move to the next talk in about 1 minute. There are still some questions, and Daniel, I would invite you to stay and maybe answer them in a room so that we can gather as many of your answers as possible. But before we leave, I just want to give you the opportunity, if you have any last words, to share them with the crowd.
Well, for the students who may be watching this, I hope that you give Emacs a try, and good luck if you decide to use something else, because it probably won't be as great.
It's very good to be so young and to already be convinced that Emacs is the best thing. For some of us, it took us many decades to reach this conclusion, and I'm so happy to see young people. I used to be a teacher, by the way, so I used to teach people your age, but I'm so happy to see people your age interested in Emacs, because it makes me hopeful that in the future we'll have people carrying the flame and standing on the shoulders of current people. So thank you so much, Daniel. We'll be seeing you soon. We wish you good luck with your studies. And for EmacsConf, we'll be moving to the next talk in 5 seconds. See you soon.
And I want to reassure you, we'll post all the Q&A in full.
Next, we have So You Want to Be an Emacsfluencer by Gopar. You can ask your questions via Etherpad.
Hey, I'm Gopar, and today I'm going to talk about being an Emacs influencer and try to convince you to be one too. Hopefully that goes well. If not, we'll see at the end of the talk. But first, I want to share something. And that is that knowledge grows when it is shared. This is usually how I end my videos. Some of you may be familiar with this. And I say this quote because I believe there is truth to it. The more you share something, the more you reinforce it, and the more the knowledge grows, not just for you, but for everybody else around it with who you share it with. So with that being said, there's only one question I want to ask you, and that is, when is the last time you shared something? Now, the sharing of knowledge doesn't just have to be about Emacs. It can just be about other things that you learn in life. There's plenty of things that I share with people that I've learned in life, and I hope that they learn from what I'm saying as well, learn from the mistakes in others type of deal, things like that. But anyway, since this is EmacsConf, we're going to keep it to Emacs related, so we're going to find ways on how to share all that Emacs knowledge that is locked up inside your guys' brain. So, sharing Emacs, how can we do that? Well, there's a few ways. We can do meetups and conferences, aka EmacsConf, like we're doing now. So hopefully one of you guys might be incentivized to share the knowledge that you have in the next upcoming year, or the future ones, or be a repeated presenter. The list goes on and on. And blog posts. So one of the easier entries to barrier, because it is writing and you don't have to do video, not like the other formats that I'm about to present. And tweeting is also an easier format as well, because it's even smaller than a blog post, more condensed, and you can use hashtags. When I was learning when I was reading the org mode manual, I would use the hashtag #orgtip on Twitter. And so even if you search right now, I believe you'll find some of my tweets. But yeah, that's one way that you can go about it. Simple tweets that you find, little things, little nuggets of gold, as I would say. Of course, there's podcasts, which I'm pretty sure the Emacs community would love to have. So if anybody wants to pick up a podcast, go right ahead. Also, Twitch live streaming, Twitch is a platform in which you can do live streaming for those who are not familiar. And I've seen people use the Emacs tag in there and, just pop up, say hello, ask questions, things like that. You can be working on the configuration or just reading Emacs source code, fun stuff like that. And videos, which is what I do, which I will touch in a second. And there's probably more formats that I'm not thinking of at the moment and that you guys can probably fill in the gaps. But yeah, these are just some of the ways that we can share Emacs. So how do we get started? Well, before we get started, I want to talk about my credentials, right? I mean, who is this guy that you're just listening in this little square talking about creating videos? Well, I run a channel called GoParism on YouTube. It has around 2,700 subscribers at the moment. I kind of know a little bit of the flow. I'm not an expert, but I've done enough videos that I kind of understand the flow of at least the simple way of doing it, which I want to share. So right now you're probably thinking, okay, I get that you want to sell us on the whole video making formats or, sharing just Emacs in general, but I'm a beginner, I'm an intermediate, I'm an advanced, or, I don't know if I can provide input. And each of those, I want to tackle each of those and say that, yeah, each of you have input. For a beginner, it might be say, oh, an intermediate and an advanced person already has information. Intermediate might say, oh, I'm not at that level yet. And an advanced person might say, oh, I have nothing to say. What I know, everybody else knows. So I want to, dispel all that and just tell you that, hey, it doesn't matter. So for beginners, you guys are in a beautiful place, which is that you have a clean slate. So the way I imagine is that every Emacs user is presented upon themselves, kind of like this world. And in this world, you can either build a road that can go to the mountains, the city, or to the beach. And some of us have decided which way we want to go. Some of us might be building the road to the city, to the beach. For example, if someone starts a road to the city, they are probably stuck in their ways, right? On what leads them to the goal to the city. They're not going to make a detour towards the mountain or towards the beach to get to the city. They just want the straightest path. And when you are used to doing things a certain way, you kind of have tunnel vision. So as a beginner, you don't have any of that because you're just starting brand new. Everything is, a world of possibilities. So I would say that this is a very big advantage. The second one is that people enjoy the journey, right? People want to see someone grow from like this spot to the next level, etc., etc. This is one of the reasons why we watch movies, TV shows, anime, right? Because there's a character that needs a problem and they're working their way up to solve that problem. If we just get to see the ending of where they solve the problem, we don't really feel anything because we weren't part of that journey. So I would say that starting from scratch is a pretty good place to be. And of course, if you're going to be writing or making videos or anything related to Emacs, you kind of have to force, if you want to teach people, you kind of have to learn it. So you're kind of forced to learn, which is always encouraged. For intermediates, now, you might be saying, hey, I'm a little past intermediate. I'm sorry, past beginner, but I don't feel confident enough to share. Well, I'd say that you're wrong. Once you're intermediate, you're probably fiddling with your Emacs config, maybe doing something with org mode, like a lot of people are doing it, and you can talk about the things that you do, and also those functions that you write in ELIST to just improve quality of life, things like that. And there's a whole list of things that you can do. These are just, 2 things out of a plethora of items that you can talk about. And for my advanced folks, you guys are in a position where you guys know more about the Emacs internals. You might have read the source code. You might know a Emacs manual section pretty well that you can talk about. And usually when you're at the advanced or intermediate level, you start, or at least some people start writing packages. So you can talk about the best practices for creating packages, the troubles that you face, things that you learn, things like that. Now that I've given a little bit of examples for each of these tiers, there's probably still something going on in each of you guys' mind, which is something all of us get to face, and that is imposter syndrome. Now, with imposter syndrome, the sad reality is that we all have it at some point. We're gonna, at the beginner, intermediate, or even advanced stage, it doesn't matter. There's always that little voice, imposter syndrome, saying, hey, you're probably not good enough, or not that, but questioning if you're good enough or if you deserve to be at this level and things like that. I believe it's very common with software engineers. And the other sad thing is that it will never go away. But the way I see it with imposter syndrome is that we embrace it. If we are getting imposter syndrome, it's because we're pushing ourselves to a next level that we haven't been able to overcome or to progress in. So if you're pushing yourself, you will get imposter syndrome, like, oh, hey, am I good enough to lead this project, to finish this, to, optimize this part or whatever. I feel it's a good way. Imposter syndrome, yeah, it feels horrible, but I believe that if you have it, it's because you're doing something right. Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way, what's the process for recording? Well, it's actually a lot simpler than you think. There's 3 steps, and one of them you might not even have to do, depending on how you want to go about it. So the first one is that you have to record your voice and screen, because if you do want to make video, people have to see what you're doing and they have to hear what you're talking. Otherwise, it's going to be not as engaging. And of course, you can make the face optional when recording videos. If you watch some of my videos, sometimes I show my face, sometimes I don't. It just really depends on the mood of what I'm doing when I'm recording the video. But yeah, completely up to you. And after recording, you can edit if desired. I remember when I first started making the videos, I was not editing them at all. I was just one shot and upload. So that can either be good or bad, depending on depending on how you view it. But it is what it is. Nowadays, I do some light editing, mainly just to remove the silences or when I'm going through debugging something. Third one is to upload it, which might be the easiest section depending on your goals. So at minimum, you would put title, description, and a little bit more. And you'll get YS to YOC. It can be as easy or as complicated as you want, which I'll go over later at the end. So let's go over details for recording. So for recording, thankfully, all OSs, or at least the major OSs, have free recording software, or you can go a little fancy and get paid, which usually, depending on your viewpoint, might make things easier or not. Personally, I'm on Mac, so I use the built-in screen recording, which if you do Command-Shift-5, it will pop up a little dialog. And if you did it just now, you can press the escape key to get rid of it, and life goes on. But yeah, also for all major 3 OSs, OBS is a pretty popular choice, not just for streaming, but for recording as well. So that's something you might want to look at if you do if you do decide to do this, record videos. But all up to you. These are just, things that I've come along or encountered along the way. When it comes to recording, I do have some tips that might help you out. At least if I could go back in time, this is what I would tell myself. And that is that audio quality matters. So if possible, get an external mic. That is not always, feasible because extra mic costs money. And when you're starting out with YouTube, you are not going to make a penny. YouTube has very high restrictions, or I guess bars that you need to pass before you start getting any revenue. For example, my channel, I still haven't met those bars, so I'm still not generating any revenue. So anything that I buy is just out of pocket. Since I work from home, I already had a mic and things like that set up, so I just use that for recording videos. But if you have, you can use the built-in mic in your laptop if you have one. But I would strongly suggest if you do that, try to minimize the noise. Go into a quiet room and make sure there's no washing machine or anything going off right now, because people do not. They can handle, not the greatest quality of video, but when it comes to audio picky, people are a lot more pickier when it comes to that. Next is don't start with recording the face. Voice and screen are just fine. Personally, I feel when I started recording my face, it made it harder in a sense, because now I was just not only concentrated on what I was showing, how I was sounding, but how I look, if I was making any faces like that. So it's just one less thing to have on your brain when you're recording. Another thing is that when I started recording, I was very passionate or excited about doing this. So what I would do is I took that to the advantage is that I just recorded a lot of videos in one go or in sessions. So as soon as I recorded, start the next one, etc. And I strongly believe that helped because later down the road, once I got busy with work or life or whatever, I didn't really have to worry about making time. I already had a batch ready to go that I can just slowly pull out and edit and upload. So that's something helpful. Whenever, work is slow or your vacations or things like that, you want to record, just, go for it. Another one is when you are editing, you can use pauses so that it's easier to edit, because what happens to, at least this is what happened to me when I was beginning, is that I would say, I can mumble, fumble, do a lot of verbal fillers and I can just edit it. But if you don't do any pauses, it's kind of hard to fix the mistakes, the things that you don't want people seeing, because then it doesn't blend well. If you do editing, if you do any editing, you know what I'm talking about, because then there's chops of audio from the previous clip or trying to edit. Yeah, there's ways to mitigate that, but my editing skills are very minimal. It's just what I need to know to get things done. So just using pauses helps out a lot. And another thing is that some people want to record in super high quality, get the highest quality possible for the video. I would say instead of focusing on the video recording, focus on the audio, like I mentioned, because at the end of the day, we're in Emacs and we're only sharing text. So, there's only so much definition that you can show on text, and if anything, just increase the font. Simple as that. And my personal favorite, or at least the one that I still encounter even now, is that when I'm recording, my voice still feels dry. Right when I'm about to record, all of a sudden I get dry. I need to drink water. It's it feels uncomfortable. I get nervous because it's something new. I'm staring at myself. It's oh man, all the, like I mentioned, just extra things that I need to worry about. But all of this goes less with practice. The more you do it, the more comfortable you are. It's just like everything else. When you start learning guitar, your fingers are very hard. When you start learning piano, the independence of fingers don't want to work. And when you're learning drums, each limb needs to be independent. It's very hard. You have to start very slow. So everything in life, practice, and it will get better. All right, now editing. Well, like I mentioned, this is not always going to be necessary depending on your style. There's some YouTube Emacs creators that simply record everything in one go. They might get up, get a coffee or something, and they'll just leave that in the clip, which is totally fine. No shame. It's the way they want to do the video. Or sometimes they just, don't have any time to edit the videos themselves or pay someone else to do it. So what's the best next thing? Just leave it as is, upload. And that's fine. That completely works. I will say that if you do end up editing or deciding to edit and you want a software, I would say check out DaVinci Resolve. It's free. It's available on the 3 major OSs. And honestly, DaVinci Resolve by itself has a plethora of features that I personally only use 5 5% max of the features. And it's professional. It's like professional studio all the way, things like that. But yeah, I would say DaVinci Resolve is pretty solid choice. Okay, what about the tips for editing? Well, most of them are pretty straightforward. Just learn enough to get going, like in all things. Like if you have a band practice and you're rehearsing a song, you just need to know the chords. You don't need to know improvise, just enough to get you through this gig that you're playing. That's pretty much it. And of course, learn the keyboard shortcuts. We all come from Emacs, so we all know how much we treasure shortcuts to avoid the mouse. Unfortunately, since you're editing, you will still have to use the mouse, but the more keyboard shortcuts you use, the less the mouse is used. So there's that. And one thing is that I didn't know you can actually do this until I started editing, is that you can play the speed of the video in 2x. And for me, this is great because since I'm mainly just listening for pauses in my video, I just wait until there's silence. I was like, oh, that's the part I need to trim, or that's the part I need to remove. Simple as that. And also batch edit, the same thing as I said about recording videos, just do it in batch. You can also just batch edit as well. Okay, uploading, the final step. So YouTube, if you do end up using YouTube, which is the most popular choice for uploading videos, is that the uploading process is pretty straightforward. I imagine this is the same for every other platform that you choose, but it's pretty straightforward, but it can be a little complicated depending on what you want to do. So what are my tips for uploading? Well, first of all, at minimum, you need to have a descriptive title and a description of what you talk about in the video, just to help out with SEO and things like that when people are searching for Emacs on YouTube. Also, if possible, use a thumbnail. So there's a whole community about Emacs creators discussing best practices to get the highest engagement, get people watching your videos, things like that. And one of the things is they highly recommend a thumbnail. And if you mainly watch, or if you watch any Emacs content, a lot of us do not use thumbnails, and that's perfectly fine. I think the Emacs community is pretty used to just watching videos with, just a thumbnail is just a screenshot of the video, and we just go there for the content, right? We're not really going there for anything else, for the knowledge that the person is spreading. And I say that it can be as simple as complex, because if your goal is to potentially earn revenue down the line, you will want to spend some time configuring some of the settings for uploading, like the tags, I forget what they're called, but they're little embedded so that people can watch other videos and things like that. So there's a plethora of options, an abundance of options. Honestly, there's too many, but it all depends if you potentially want to make some type of income in the future with Emacs, making videos on Emacs. And yeah, that's just something that you will have to discover and read and learn more about with the Emacs community, Emacs creator community, suggest and best practices and things like that. But if anybody ever wants to talk about it, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to, talk about things and all, about YouTube and all this, because I find it interesting. So potentially, hopefully one day I'll be able to make some revenue, but hopefully maybe some of you guys might knock it out of the park with what I'm going to talk about next. And that is your secret sauce. So this is your ultimate weapon as to get viewers, to get subscribers, to get anybody that wants to watch your, to reach a higher audience. And that can be your humor. You might be naturally funny, you can make comments, you have a natural skill on the way you talk, on the way you articulate things. So you might be able to get people drawn to that. Or you might be someone who just does animations for your videos, which does highly well as well. So or you can do a mix of all of these. You can just insert your superpower, whatever you want. You can go ahead and use that to your advantage to grow a user base, a viewer base. And hopefully, if all things align, you'll be able to get paid to also create Emacs videos, spread the knowledge, which would be pretty cool. Become an Emacs influencer, which is the goal, right? Okay, so I believe I painted this in a pretty good light, at least personal opinion, but like everything, every good also has a bad. Nothing is always perfect. So that's also the same for YouTube. So what are the bads of YouTube? Well, it's not going to be an overnight success. That is very, very rare. you're not going to create a video and then all of a sudden get like 100,000 views. I believe from what I've seen in the community, if a video gets over 10K, that it means that it did really well in the Emacs community. I think on average is under 3K for a video within within a time span of, I'd say, like 2 weeks or so, or a month, around there. So it varies. So all these metrics you'll learn if you really actually want to be able to create something in the Emacs. But like I said, it does take work and it does take time. Another thing is that negative feedback. People are very quick, as we all have been accustomed to, that people do not shy from being very negative. It is so easy to just say negative and mean things online because there's no repercussions. I don't understand why people do that, but it is what it is. But most of these comments are from the younger population. And, just ignore them. Most of the time, they're just ignorant. They don't know what they're saying. Yeah, it will help you get them, grow some thick skin. If you already have thick skin, then you don't, this is not going to be a problem. But most of the negative comments that I've received are childish, I would say. It's not really based on anything that has substance. So yeah, just ignore it. It's fine. It's not going to affect your day. Don't let it affect your day is the most important thing. And third, like I was mentioned, revenue is very hard to get monetized by YouTube standards. So that will definitely take some time and dedication. But if you really want it, you will work for it. Hopefully all of us, the people that are constantly creating content via these platforms, are able to get compensated in some way or another, because we do share it because we love it, but also it would be nice to get some compensation. I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking personally because time is a valuable asset, and you can choose where you want to spend it. And right now I'm having fun making videos, so that's where I'm deciding to spend it. But yeah, now with all this that I've said, there's only one question that I want to ask for all of you, and that is, what are you going to share?
All right, thanks to Gopal for the amazing talk about Emacs freelancers. So Gopal is currently available on the pad, but also on IRC, I think. But try to keep your questions on the pad. He'll be able to answer your questions over there for 80 minutes or so, and then we'll move to the next talk at the top of the hour. So have fun, folks, and we'll see you in a bit. And since Gopal has already been answering a lot of questions, you might want to join the pad on your own machines, because on the stream we can only show so much of the content. So feel free to join the pad directly if you want to see all the content. We'll try to scroll when we can. And now we are moving into the last talk of the day in about 5 seconds.
Next, we have Transducers, finally, Ergonomic Data Processing for Emacs by Colin Woodbury. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hi everyone, this is EmacsConf 2024. I'm Colin, and today I'll be talking about transducers. After introducing them, I'll share a bit of history about transducers and the problems that they solve, some basics about how we can use them, how they work, like how they're implemented, some demonstrations of how we can actually use them in the wild, and then some other discussions about issues that they have. Okay, let's get right in. What are transducers? Transducers are a way to do streaming iteration with a modern API. Who are transducers for? Well, and thereby, who is this talk for? Well, it's for people who want to do streamed data processing in Emacs. It's for people who perhaps aren't satisfied with the existing APIs, for example, the Seek API or some other common libraries that provide similar functionality. Maybe you're not a fan of the loop macro. Some people find it difficult to understand. Or maybe you've done a bunch of closure before and you'd like more aspects of closure in your Emacs Lisp. Or maybe you're just interested in transducers in general, because the pattern has now been ported to multiple different Lisps. So I'm Colin. I'm Foskers on everything online, and I do mainly back-end programming work and a lot of open source software. I wrote Haskell for a long time, both as a hobbyist and professionally. Since the COVID years, I've been writing Rust, both open source and professionally, but now I find that in my spare time I'm mostly writing Common Lisp. Some things I learned from my years of Haskell was that a lot of programming is just altering the shape of data. Sometimes we work through our algorithm line by line, we're trying to just tell the computer exactly what to do, but if we step back, a lot of the time we're just getting in data of some shape, changing it, and then passing it along. And a lot of these patterns are common and identified, actually, decades ago. For instance, we have some collection, and we want to transform every element of that collection and then pass it on. Or maybe we're trying to filter out bad elements in that collection. Or maybe we're looking for a specific element in that collection. Yes, you could write all that with for loops, but these kind of common patterns were identified and given names decades ago. So why not use them? They say that there are two major problems in computer science, one being cache validation and the other being naming things. I've identified 5 other problems that come up when we're trying to deal with collections of data, or, big streams of data. So one is that, say if we were trying to, load a file all into memory all at once and process the whole thing, sometimes we can have memory problems. You've probably seen out-of-memory errors or such things. A second issue that comes up is that if we were looking at a giant for loop, in particular a nested for loop or such things, it can be hard to tell just by looking at the code what it's trying to do, what it intends. If we don't go character by character or line by line, it can be hard to understand it. Furthermore, and this is particularly an issue with Emacs Lisp, is that if one call, for instance, to seek map, then piped into seek filter, for instance, will have an intermediate allocation. The map will take the source container, allocate a new one, and then the filter will operate over the second one. This is wasteful. Furthermore, it can often be difficult to abort a stream. For instance, if we were filtering through our collection, but we knew we only wanted to go halfway, for instance, for some reason, we have no way to stop it halfway through. We just have to process the whole thing, even if we know we don't need to. And another issue is that for languages that have traits, or in Haskell they're called type classes, if you are defining what it means to, map over something, you often have to redefine that for every kind of container or thing that you're iterating over. Wouldn't it be nice if we could define things like map just once and then reuse them everywhere? Now, transducers solve all 5 of these without the addition of new language features and with little more than plain old function composition. So if this is your first time hearing of transducers, yeah, no problem. They were originally invented in Clojure by Rich Hickey, and this is a quote from him. He thinks, "Transducers are a fundamental primitive that decouple critical logic from list or sequence processing. And if he had to do Clojure all over, he'd put them at the bottom, at the very bottom of all the fundamental primitives." Now, that's Rich speaking quite highly of them. And I think he has a point here. They were invented originally in Clojure, and in more recent years they were brought over to Scheme via Surfy 171. That's where I found them when I was learning the Guile language. In the process of submitting a patch, I realized that there were other things to be improved, so I ported the pattern to Common Lisp, then Fennel, and then more recently Emacs Lisp. The Common Lisp and Emacs Lisp APIs are identical, and the Fennel one is not identical but fairly similar. And overall, everywhere you find transducers, they should basically be fairly uniform. When I originally made the Common Lisp variant first, I sampled the APIs from a number of different languages and came up with what I believed to be a representative sample of what most people would want out of such a library. I gave functions their common modern names, so for instance, map is map and filter is filter, and so on. So, what does the usage of transducers look like? Well, these examples will all be the Emacs Lisp variant, but the common Lisp will look basically exactly the same, minus this little T prefix. So, running transducers requires 3 things. It requires a source. This could be an obvious thing like a list or a vector, but it could be other things like a file, or in Emacs Lisp in particular, a buffer. A reducer is a function. It's something like the plus operator or the multiply operator, or certain constructors of various containers. It takes values and collates them into some final version. Now, finally, we have what we're calling here a transducer chain. This could be one transducer function, or it could be multiple composed together. And these are the functions that actually take data and transform them somehow. For instance, this. Okay, we have a list of 3 elements. We want to reduce it into a vector. And how we are going to transform the elements along the way, we are doing +1 to each of them. If this syntax is new to you, just know that this sharp quote just means that this thing that comes after it is the name of the function. Common Lisp and Emacs Lisp, this is necessary, but for Clojure and Scheme, it is not. So we can see here that Just this example is, not much different than any other normal map call you might see made. But if nothing else, it's a handy way to, convert a list to a vector or anything else. There are many, many reducers available and many different forms that we can sort of collate the final value into. Let's see a more involved example. Okay, now we've got some more meat here. Here we can see usage of the comp function and a custom source ints. Ints is an infinite generator of integer values. So that's not like a list or a file. It will generate infinitely. Comp is letting us compose multiple transducer functions together. Notice that this is the opposite order of what we'd usually be used to from a function like comp. The order here is top to bottom, basically, so that the map goes first, then the filter, and then the take. So effectively is what we're doing is taking all the integers that exist, positive, adding 1 to them, filtering out only the even ones, but then just taking 10. Cons here is a function that just produces the ending result as a list. So what happens here specifically is how we are avoiding intermediate allocations is first the number 0 will come through. It will be pulled out of this source internally by transduce. It will make its way into the map. The map will add it. Then it will immediately go into this filter step. So it's not like all the maps occur and then all the filters occur. We do everything for each element. So the 0 comes in. Now it's 1. The filter would occur. Well, it's going to fail that because it's not even, so it will just bail there. Now we'll go to the next one. Now 1 will come in. It will become 2. Then it will be saved by this even p call. And then the take will capture it because we only want 10 values here. And you can see 2, 4, 6, 8, and so on is the result that we expect. So let's play around a little bit. Let's jump into Emacs and see what we can do. All right. You should see my Emacs screen here. These are the actual notes for the actual presentation done in org mode. So I'll boost that up in size for a little bit. That should be more than big enough for you. Well, just by changing the reducer, we can change the result. Okay, now it's a vector. Well, what else can we do to it? Well, let's just add up the results. Maybe we just want to count the results. Oh, indeed, there were 10. What if we want to find the average of the results? What if we want to find the median of the results? And so on. Here's some more interesting things that we could do. We could add different steps. So here we have all the integers. Let's add, okay, we'll keep that. We're gonna add t-enumerate. What enumerate does is it adds, well, for each item that comes through, it is going to add a sort of index to it and make it a pair. So in this case, it's going to be equal to what came in here. Well, we can change it. If we start this at, say, 1, now it will be different. So 1 will be paired with 0, and then 2 would be paired with 1, and so on. Well, except that the even call will change that a little bit. But why we're doing this is because we want to form a hash table. Let's move that down to 3. Maybe we'll get a better result. What do we see? Okay, here now the result is a hash table. What are its values? Well, 0 seems to have, the key of 0 seems to be paired with 2, the key of 1 seems to be paired with 4, and 2 seems to be paired with 6. Well, maybe let's jazz that up even a little bit more. We're going to start from a string, and we'll call it hello. That's not going to work anymore, and neither is that. But what we could do is we could say tmap string. I believe we'll do that. Let's see if that works. It did. So that's going to convert a character into a string. Let's just go 2 just to make it a little easier. Okay, now you can see that we've constructed a hash table here. The key of 0 is mapped to the string of h, and 1 is mapped to e. Now, I really like having this reducer in particular. and know that hash tables are also legal sources. I find that both in Emacs Lisp and in Common Lisp, dealing with hash tables, like creating them and altering them, can be a bit of a pain. So having them immediately available like this in with transducers is very handy, I find. We can work with something that wasn't a hash table. We can construct it in a way that makes it amenable to that, and then reduce it down into a hash table, and here you go. Very handy. One last point is that you can see sort of very clearly what this is attempting to do, as opposed to, say, a for loop. You know, it's very clear what that step is doing, and then you can see what that is doing, and you know that the result is going to be 2. Each line is kind of its own declarative step, and it should be clear, just by staring at this, basically what you're going to get out. This is one main difference from other languages that have things, say, for instance, Rust's iterator API, is the difference between sort of the transducers and the reducers. Pardon me, if we go up here, for example, like the difference between the transducers and the reducers and the sources is not explicitly laid out, whereas with transducers, it is. You have to be aware of how these things are different, and I think that helps clarity. Moving on, how transducers work. Well, we want to go see the README. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to, let's go over here, see how transducers. You should still be able to see this. So this is the CL example. Actually, let's go to transducers.el. Their APIs and READMEs are the same, but just for the sake of it, we will go see how this looks on the Emacs side, just so that's nothing is a surprise. But recall that the APIs are essentially the same between the two. So if you go to this section, writing your own primitives, you can read about how transducers are actually formed, whether or not you want to write them yourself or not. So we can see here, tmap, okay, we accept, the function that you want to operate with. And then you've got this extra little lambda here that's coming in. And it's receiving a thing that is named reducer. Now, while here we're calling it reducer, it's actually the chain of all the composed functions together. So it's all those main transducer steps, and finally it's the reducer all composed together with normal function composition. And that will matter very soon. Now here's the actual meat. We can see the accumulative result that's coming in with the current element. And now we need to operate on this. Where it normally map, we would see us applying, the F to the input. But here you can see us applying the F to the input and then continuing on. So us calling the rest of the composed chain here is the effect of, in the previous slide, moving to the next step. We could ignore this line for now. If you're curious, please read the README in detail. Now, what about reducers? What do those look like? Well, let's just scroll down here. So recall that a reducer is a function that's consuming a stream, right? Zoom that up for you a little bit. Now, in the case of count, sort of recall that this is how it's working, how we saw a moment ago. So clearly this list of 5 elements only has 5 things in it. Well, a reducer by structure is a function of 2, 1, or 0 arguments. So we can see here in the case of 2, this is the normal iterative case. We don't care about the input for count. We just care about the current accumulated, count that we're doing, and we add 1 to it, and that's it. This then goes back sort of to the loop, and the whole process starts again with the next element. In this kind of done case, this is used internal to that sort of the supervising function transduce. It's just confirming the final result. Sometimes some post-processing is necessary here, but in the case of count, as it is so simple, that is not necessary. And now here's the base case. This is also used within that supervising transduce function at the very top. Well, if you're counting, you have to start from somewhere, right? So in this case, well, what you're starting with is 0. In the case of cons, you'd be starting with an empty list. In the case of vector, you'd be starting with an empty vector, and so on. And once again, if you are more curious, please take a look at the README. Okay, transducers in the wild. Well, let's go take a look at processing some CSV data. We'll just go down here. We're going to open up a new Emacs Lisp bracket here. So I have a file, and in this file, let's just go look at CXB right there. You will see that we've got some bank transaction information, and it's got these transactions from a whole bunch of different people into different accounts, and whether it's money coming in or money going out, and then a basic description. How's your Latin? But for this little test, what we want to do is we want to find Bob's final bank balance. Well, let's get onto it. We can first of all let's just confirm. Let's do some basic stuff. So with current buffer find file no select, and then what's the name of that file? This is pre-organized, so you will just see it right here. T transduce and T comp. We don't know what we're going to comp yet. Actually, I'll just pass to show you, and then we will see. Let's just do a little T count just to confirm. What's our source? Well, our source is a buffer. T buffer read. And note that because we're using with current buffer, if we go like this, if we go current buffer, this will just work. So now well, that was odd. I should have done like that. There we go. So that should make that a little smaller so you can see what it is. Now if we hit enter, we should get the right result. Okay, so there are 50,001 lines in this file. The one extra one is the name of the headers, right? But we want to process this file in more detail. So how can we do that? Well, let's start by just automatically interpreting the results as CSV. If we do that, okay, well now we only have 50,000 entries as we expected, right? Because it's going to pull out the header line. If we now say we want to just filter out, we only want Bob, right? So if get hash, it was in the row of name, and so each line here is made into, at least by default, is made into a hash map. So if we go like this, we should see that, okay, so 12,000 of these lines, or thereabout, belong to Bob. Let's just move that over a little bit. Actually, I suppose we don't even need that anymore. I'll just keep that full size for you. Okay, so all right, there's about 12,000 results of for Bob of the 50,000. What's next? Well, we want to confirm. We want to pull out everything that all of the in and the out entries. Thank you. So, string to number, because we know that everything came in as strings, unfortunately. The from CSV doesn't try to be smart at all. It's just pulling everything in as string values. And then if you want actual things to be numbers or whatever, that is up to you to do the parsing yourself. Okay, so we have those two values now. And we know that we saw from the data just a moment ago that you're only going to have a value in one column or the other. It's either going to be 0 in the empty one, or you're going to have some number in the other. So we know that we can just naively add them. If it was in, it would always be positive, so we'll just add that. But in the negative case, we want to just make it negative really briefly before we add them all together. Let's now just prove to ourselves that we are sane here. What we're going to do is we're going to quickly go say, like, take 5 just to convince ourselves. And then we'll go cons. And let's see if we get kind of results that make sense. Okay, these sort of make sense. It looks like, you know, Bob's got some big expenses here. If we take, say, 15, does it look any better? Okay, looks like he had a payday. All right, good job, Bob. Let's get back in there. And now we only really care about adding the final result, right? So there we go. Add that all together, and we'll see what we get in a moment. Okay. Wow, Bob's rich. Okay, so it looks like in his 12,000 transaction, Bob has an overall net worth of $8.5 million. Looking pretty good. So here's an example of how you can, particularly in Emacs Lisp, how you can very easily just get a file, consider it the current buffer, and then just do whatever you want to it. Note that there is sort of first-class support for both CSV and JSON, and then you have, and both of those bring in their values as hash maps, and then you're just free to do whatever you want and process them, potentially both writing them back out as CSV or JSON once again. Okay. So some issues with transducers that can come up is that, one, a zip operator is missing, but I'm working on it. 2 is that performance, particularly in Emacs Lisp, isn't that great. It could be due to the sort of nested Lambda calls that have to occur internally, but the common Lisp implementation is quite good. And there's yet no support for parallelism. You can imagine that a lot of those steps you could potentially perform in parallel depending on the platform, but sort of research has not yet gotten that far. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please contact me.
Hey, thanks again to everyone watching Emacs Conference, and especially to Cullen Woodbury for your awesome talk and for joining us for some live Q&A to follow up on that. So without too much more ado, I'll jump right into the Q&A section where we do already have a whole bunch of questions answered. Anything else you want to say coming right off from your presentation, or should I just dial us right into the first question, Cullen?
Hey, Corwin, thanks. Yeah, thanks for this. This is a great opportunity, and thanks for everybody for tuning in and watching. Otherwise, let's go. You can hear me all right?
Oh, yeah, now I'm hearing you fine. We had a little bit of audio confusion there, but please
Okay.
charge in and I'll get us queued back up to that first question. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, just, yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks everybody for watching. Hopefully the internet goes well. It's a nice Monday morning here in Tokyo. Are we connected all right?
Okay, I seem to be struggling still with my audio. 1 second, Colin.
Yeah, you were muted for a moment there.
Okay, there we are.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that. I gotta mute out my my back office chatter that's kind of distracting me a little bit. All right. Sorry, I may have lost the plot a little bit. I think I did, however, find the first question. I got pretty distracted by conversation backstage.
Yeah, no problem.
So the first question here is someone's asking when they first tried comparing transducers.el to CLlib and Dash bookmark compiled, they give some detailed results we're sharing on the stream. They expected transducers to be slower than CLloop, but faster than CLlib or Dash. However, this isn't the case. Any idea why? And so I'll come back into their data to show they're showing, there's not a lot of detail on the use case here. We could certainly click through it. Do it. Oh, I should have waited to zoom until I can find my spot here. There we are. All right, so there's our example.
Looks like we are doing a simple map and a sum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So the question about question about performance. So a case like this, a simple, I just want to rip through a collection of numbers and sum them all. That's a case where basically loop is always going to win. Because loop is optimized. This is true in both Emacs Lisp and in Common Lisp. For a case like this, where you're not really doing too nested of like chained calls, like you don't have many sort of what I was calling compositional steps. If you're just ripping through a collection of numbers, loop is always going to win. Transducers kind of shines when you have to do things that loop can't in terms of expressing yourself. So there are lots of different transducers that you can chain together. And in that case, you're kind of prioritizing developer time and developer happiness because you're able to express yourself more clearly. Whereas sometimes those kind of algorithms can get very hairy if you're just using loop. Now, that sounds like I'm moving the goalposts, and there's really no excuse for these things not being as performant as possible. In this specific case, my guess is that the transducers is slower because it has to do a whole bunch of like inner function calls in order to actually do the adding and the collecting. So there's a lot of stuff that just the raw loop doesn't have to do, which transducers does. And so in this case, that's why it would be slower.
All right, makes sense.
I cannot comment against Dash, and also a reminder that transducers both in CL and in Emacs Lisp here doesn't attempt to do any fun inner rewriting or what's called in Haskell fusion. Like if you have two different map steps like in a row, it's not going to see that and somehow fuse them internally. It's a fairly, in that sense, the implementation is just as is, and no PhD level effort has gone into trying to make it as raw fast as possible. Mm-hmm. The idea being that ergonomics is more important up front.
Yeah, that's kind of a whole fascinating subpanel, right? My theme this conference has been, all these different things we should try to get subpanels going for, and use that maybe fill in the dev track, or even have a third track, or whatever. I'm not that concerned about the logistics of squeezing it into the schedule so much, but anyway, interesting. I mean to say. So Did we already speak to theoretical texts? No, right?
No. Let's continue.
Okay, so another question from the group. Do you know of any theoretical texts on transducers?
My README, particularly of the Common Lisp implementation, is the theoretical text on transducers. Rich Hickey has some YouTube videos which also come close. I mean, he invented the things, but in terms of having like a full like explanation of everything, it's my README, and it's also the info manual of Guile's scheme. Their documentation on Surfy 171 is what I used to learn transducers and to re-implement them in other Lisps. So if you just want like a document explaining them, my README is actually the clearest that I've found.
Awesome. Okay, next question. And I'm sorry, you gave a name. You referred to somebody's videos.
Rich Hickey, the inventor of Clojure.
Rich Hickey, thank you. Hope I got the spelling right, and maybe somebody can catch that and fix. If not, I'll reach on. Thank you. Reach on to the next question. Writers, Lazy Series in Lisp, late 70s, said this should have been done as an additional compiler feature in compilers, but if not, must be a macro package. Did you think about that? Viz your CL Fennel eLisp porting of transducers?
I think that there's definitely some Galaxy Brain Lisp author out there is probably smart enough to turn a bunch of this stuff into macros. I believe that's how the Common Lisp Library series works. It sees that you were calling map or whatever, and it actually knows that that's like a special macro keyword, and so it does a bunch of internal rewriting in order to be fast. I did not do that. The implementation as I have it is very simple, and simplicity, shouldn't be, underestimated.
I love it. What a nice succinct answer. Even I can manage to type that out as I scroll us to the next question. So does tbuffer read does tbuffer read provide a lazy stream that's line-wise or character-wise, or do something else entirely?
Okay, there are two functions. I showed tbuffer read. There's also one called tfile read, which doesn't require that you actually have the buffer open. It's much more clever. Tbuffer read, I believe, is simpler. As long as you have a sort of in Emacs Lisp, what is called the current buffer active. I'm fairly sure you're able to just call like next line on it. I don't believe that I'm doing anything fancy there looking for like line ends. I believe I'm just grabbing the next line and then processing that line wise.
Very good. Can the eLisp library be combined with the stream.el API or sequence in general?
I would say that these libraries are completely orthogonal. Like you saw that everything was prefixed by T. Basically, transducers is its own zone. However, one thing that I do in the Common Lisp, which is theoretically possible for the Emacs Lisp as well, is kind of like little shim libraries. So I provide, at least for Common Lisp, for a number of popular sort of third-party collection types, I provide an ability to use them as sources. Maybe that's what you mean. Like if like the built-in containers for Emacs Lisp are already supported, so like vector, hash table, and so on.
Makes sense. So I think what I heard there is, yeah, go ahead, please.
Sorry, in terms of mixing, like, like, for instance, like seek-map used in transducers, we'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to say, I think it sounds like you're saying, yeah, probably they are, actually. We don't know yet about any places where they don't play nicely together. So quite possibly so. We can use sequence and transducers together, for example.
As a source, potentially, yeah. It's very easy because that just uses def generic. As long as you have a new, like if you have a new collection type, as long as you implement a def method for it somewhere, it'll just magically work with this library. That's the magic of def generic.
Yeah, as an Emacs user, enjoying, you know, sort of the renaissance of new features it's had, or sorry, Emacs, the ERC user for chat. I've seen a lot of awesome stuff get done in the last couple of years with generics. JP never was working on that, and like that's just making my eyes pop and go, wow, that does make a whole lot of things simpler, doesn't it? So I think a lot of us running into generics and how that solves problems in Emacs. How does one debug a tcomp expression? Can you talk in terms of like single step by step, intermediate results of the different statements you declare?
Yes. So in Common Lisp, this is wonderful because we have the, you know, an amazing debugger and step debugger and sly stickers and things like that. In Emacs Lisp, it's a little bit, shall we say, more difficult. For step debugging, I believe, so what comp does is comp internally, it should be a macro, but currently it's not, although there's work to improve that. It's doing an internal reduce and it's turning into one giant kind of composed lambda inside. So I don't know if step debugging would work there. However, we do have one function called log, which lets you inspect intermediate results. So you could technically use that to inject yourself somewhere into the transduction chain and, you know, halt or, you know, inspect the current value, etc.
So you get a bunch of questions lined up. I think we're coming up within our last 5 minutes before some declared reset time that we have internally to just prep us to roll our closing credits, so to speak. Not that I would want to cut the question and answer short, but I might have to step away personally. But as we discussed before, you can just kind of run the QA however you want here, or take questions offline if you'd like to answer them off the pad. And I just want to say one more time, in case I don't manage later, thanks again for your talk, for dedicating the time to this live QA. And I think we can see by the many questions that are here. So I'll try to kind of flip us through as many of them as I can with our last couple of minutes, if that sounds good. Alternately, this might be a good time if you have kind of wrap it up, final thoughts, as Leo so fond of saying. By all means, have at.
Sure, thanks a lot. I'd say that if you are still curious, check out the READMEs because those have a lot of information, including like a full description of the API and everything that's available. Otherwise, just give them a shot. You know, using these things is the best way to learn them, of course. I use them everywhere, basically, all across my Emacs Lisp and all across my Common Lisp now too. They get a lot of mileage.
All right, you're speaking our language now. As Emacs users, all our ears poke up when you say, I'm getting a lot of mileage. I'm using it across everything. Every Emacs user has a story that harmonizes with that, I think. So our next question, is there a path for transducers to enable eLisp processing or otherwise overly large data sets as if just normal Emacs buffers, i.e. just pulling one thing at a time, so essentially stream-like under the hood, but buffer-like an interface? I think that makes sense to me, with none of the usual performance issues, like as if, you know, the history with long files is what that brings to mind, I guess.
Yes. So as you saw before, the with buffer read sort of stream function does have to have the actual buffer in memory, and then you can go really fast. But there's another one with file read. Now, again, I haven't tried to optimize that yet, but in theory, it is able to read right from the underlying file without having to open it as a buffer first.
Awesome. Ari, the performance issues mentioned, and that popped up recently in the list and forums. To what extent does tail call optimization and other mechanisms like inlining, garbage collection friendliness, and so on, could these alleviate issues, enable their use at little to no extra cost? I feel like we're leading the witness here, but I'm sure you see where we're going.
Yeah, no problem. So in terms of tail call optimization, that's already happening because the internal loop mechanism is using CL labels. And in Emacs Lisp, CL labels is just a macro that is like extremely tail recursive. So that's very, very fast. It's not tail recursive, but it's using like go-tos. So it's extremely, extremely fast, like the raw looping of it. So, okay, well then where does the slowness come from? It's probably coming from those lambdas, and it's probably coming from like extra consing, extra allocation somewhere, which is sort of what you're referring to with the GC friendliness. So perhaps there's some some fusion that I can do to speed it up.
Neat. Yeah, that just sounds fascinating endlessly. Are there options to like read from a CSV, JSON, produce an A list or P list instead of hash table?
Absolutely. Yes. I need to double check that, but we can read both CSV and JSON, and you should be able to just turn on the P list option. I will double check, but there's fairly free conversion between those three types because hash table is not always what you want. And actually, I suspect that slowness that we saw in the demo before was because it was allocating hash tables for every like all of the 50,000 lines. And had it been a P list, it would have been faster.
Interesting. So maybe there's opportunities even if you end up with hash lists, but then they're shared strategically and you pay the cost of a little extra layer in there that buckets them together the way that we might group like files by the first 4 characters in the file name once we've got 1 million files. Anyway, is the Common Lisp version ready for production use? Do you want to comment on API stability?
I use it all the time. I'm writing a game in Common Lisp right now, and I'm using transducers everywhere in there, and it doesn't even make a dent in the frame rate, and I'm using them extensively.
Okay, well, I'll just read from chat. Thanks so much for the answers. Do we need a pre-written or T- a version for every already existing reducing function plus, as an example, or is there a function that constructs in mind? I'm going to add the word auto vilifies them already, auto defines or something, or just generically wraps function calls some way already defined.
So this is basic. Yes, this is basically fold. So some built-in functions like plus already function like reducers. It's kind of a coincidence that they do that. But there's an example in the README. Max is one that does not act like that. For instance, maybe I could screen share later, but if you just type in like +1, if you call +1 in Emacs Lisp or Common Lisp, you get back 1. Like it actually only needs 1 argument. And that's basically all that you, and if you only type plus, it actually gives you 0. And so plus and multiple satisfy sort of the API of reducers. But if you have one that doesn't, like the max function, and similarly, just type in plus, just like as a function call, just plus with nothing else, and you'll see. No, as a function, 0 will come out. Yeah. So this basically means it satisfies the reducer API. But a function like max does not. So if you just type in max and then 1, it won't work. Or pardon me, it did. But if you type in max with nothing else, it wouldn't work. Yeah, so error, right? So hence we have to wrap it in something like fold. So I would say go look at the fold function.
Right, which that I won't do. I'm not that well enough prepped. Darn it, Leo would have been here, but oh well, you got me.
Yeah, no problem. But fold is sort of the ultimate reducer function.
Great. So is there? Where was I? Here we go. We're way past this, right? So do we? Is compiling argument? Is the compelling argument for transducers that it's a better abstraction. It seems like there are concerns, objections, while pragmatically valid, focused on implementation. Can this abstraction allow for advances in implementation?
Yes. What I've basically done is mostly followed the pattern of usage that exists in Clojure and in Scheme's SURFy 171. So in theory, the service level API is the same no matter where you're using this, and that's the idea, right? Like if you learn them in one Lisp, you should be able to use them everywhere. And then what it's actually doing under the hood is sort of free for us to change around. My implementations are mostly based on the scheme.
Next, we have Sunday closing remarks.
Hi again, everyone. This is Leo, and I'm very sorry that I couldn't stick around to the very end of EmacsConf 2024. This is a recording, and hopefully this is playing as my co-organizers are closing EmacsConf 2024. There's just one last thing that I wanted to invite people to do, because for me, it was an honor to host the general track of EmacsConf this year again. It's my 5th time. But if you are interested in hosting, like me, or maybe transcribing pre-recordings, captioning them, we do have plenty of roles open for people who want to contribute to EmacsConf. We do have a page on the website, which is emacsconf.org/volunteer, and you will find all the information about the roles that you can take. Just listing them very quickly. We've got captioners, as I mentioned. We've got hosts. We have internet relay chat monitors, so IRC people, to make sure that everyone is being nice in the chat and perhaps pasting questions from IRC to the pad. Speaking of the pad, we have pad scribes to make sure that all the questions and answers are documented in the pad. That makes our job much easier for the publishing process. When it comes to the publishing process, we've got everything that has to do with the pre-recordings. So people to process the audio of pre-recordings, re-encoding. We do have a lot of scripts that Sasha and myself have been writing to make our job much easier, but we are always in need of pair of eyes to improve the process. Lastly, if you happen to have experience in infrastructure and video, we do need sysadmin to maintain the platform that we use for streaming, because again, everything we do is depending on remote machines, both for the streaming, the re-encoding, the transcription. So if you have any interest in helping us with this, please send us an email. All the information is on the website. And all that remains for me is to say thank you so much for coming to EmacsConf. Thanks to all the speakers for the wonderful talks. And I will most likely see you next year. Have fun, everyone. And I believe we are live again. Yes, I know, I lied a little bit. I just told you that I'd gone to bed. But as you can tell by my surrounding, it is fairly dark, and I will be going to bed as soon as we finished. Also, Chloe said that he was going to bed, and it's still there. So I guess we're all liars.
Well, don't you recognize us so well in that? Like, we tell you the story of how, we're going to make these great life choices, and instead we're over here hacking our config and or sharing about Emacs, instead of being, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for work the next day. But don't worry, it all pays off in terms of the productivity we have for the next week, right?
Definitely. So since I was not supposed to be here, it means the preparation are very sparse. We can say all hi to Sasha's daughter. I guess we've pretty much said everything we had to say, really. We had closing remarks earlier in the day. So how about final words from everyone here, and then we can call it a night. Sasha, do you have anything to say?
I'll think about that a little bit later, because I'm giving hugs at the moment. Very important.
Sure, works for me. Chloe, then, do you have anything to say to everyone?
Yeah, to everyone who were with me backstage, thanks for all those amazing talks. So it helps me getting used to small talk, to be honest. But thanks a lot. Also, thanks for the conference. Thanks for everybody who was participating. Thanks for the organizers. So the rest of you, Corvin, Leo, and Sasha. Thanks for making this possible. I really like it, and I hope to stick around also next year to be a part of this organization, if this is wanted by all of you.
Definitely. I mean, you did a fantastic job, and I'd be more than happy to count you amongst our rank. Colin, any last words?
Oh yeah, tons. Too many to squeeze in. That's why we always. It's me. I am Spartacus. I'm the reason that these closing sessions I always go for 2 hours. And I did get some of my most critical bases. Gosh, I miss you, Amin, and thank you so much, Flowy. I appreciate all the more you've been doing this year. Leo, I can't talk enough about you, but maybe you've gotten a little bit spared this year. You've heard it some backstage, I think, but I'll just say the more I sit in your chair for a half hour here or 5 minutes there, the more I appreciate you and what a great job you do. And then Sasha, just this year has really showcased all of the work that you've done over the last 5 years. I'm just, as a part of this team, really proud of our accomplishments, thinking of the work you in particular have done.
Oh, thank you, Colin, on my behalf. And Sasha, know that you have been released from hugs. Anything you want to add?
Well, she's actually still here, but that's okay.
Damn it.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for a really fun conference. It's kind of like our big Emacs party is a year. Who knew? We can actually fill 2 days of a lots of conversation about a text editor. I'm so glad that we can pull this off with just lots and lots of Emacs Lisp behind the scene, for which, if you're interested, there's like links in the pad pointing to the presentation from last year and the Git repositories and all that stuff, because Emacs is running the conference. Very cool. And I'm really looking forward to doing this again next year. If people who are listening to this would like to volunteer, please feel free to get in touch. We will figure out a way to find something that lines up with what you're interested in learning, and then you'll be able to play with more things. Child who's playing around with stuff. Sorry.
Heard that. I'm just going to read out this comment from IRC, which I'm watching out of the car. Mini Sasha has some big shoes to fill whenever she first opens Emacs and takes over from National Treasure Sasha. Woohoo! What a privilege to be part of this team and to get to read out that comment. Thank you for that comment. Thank you for the many wonderful talks we've had, to the Free Software Foundation for all that they do to make all of this possible, to especially your donations. my.fsf.org is a great place to start if you're looking for where to donate, or reach out to anybody or throw your question in chat and we'll help you get started there. Thanks for your contributions, software and development wise, and to all the hard work that went into this year's conference that goes into free software every day, especially Emacs.
All right. Well, I think that's the roundtable finished. It looks like we are on course to finish the first EmacsConf before 11 p.m.
What?
My time, which is 5 p.m. Wow, we've been so diligent this time, amazingly. So I guess finishing with me, I've already said goodbye about 3 times today, and about 5 times to the organizers. But as usual, it was an honor to host EmacsConf. I'm glad everyone had fun. And all that remains to say is to wish you a happy year. We'll be sticking around. You'll see us left and right, but you'll see us all together next year, probably for EmacsConf. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. If you have ideas
Sasha.
for ways to improve things, now is the time to put them in the pad, because then I can get to them after we get through all the stuff that we've been postponing in order to get EmacsConf out the door. But as you can see, I've already got a very long list of things that I need to improve or fix or tweak next year. If you got ideas, put them there too.
Yeah, I want to highlight a couple of those. We talked about them in chat during the was it the open mic, or since then a couple of times have come up, the idea of getting together during a time zone that makes more sense for people on an opposite side of the globe from Sasha and I. And that's one hot idea. More live streaming talks. This is what we're talking about. So we're a group that used to meet like weekly just to do a check-in, even we didn't have much to talk about, and that actually did play out in terms of a lot of rhythm that we have. We just kind of know what each other's preferences are, and we can figure out what things that, where we pick our spots when we want to try new stuff and vary off the script. It keeps things tight. It makes it easy for Sasha to automate, comfortable for Leo to know what's going to be coming next, comfortable for me to feel like I can jump into anything. Sorry, Chloe, I feel like I'm leaving you damn by faint praise here, but hardly true. The point is, we're open to investing some time in helping you flush out your ideas for similar things you want to do, showing you how to use our automations, rhythms, and getting involved with more projects. Thanks for keeping this community really full of squee.
All right, amazing. It is 5 p.m. sharp. Unless anyone has anything else to add, I suggest we'll leave it at that because it's too perfect to be true.
I'm looking at you, Chloe.
No, nothing.
You won't ruin the party.
All right. Well,
last
Sasha?
shout out. There's a physical event in Switzerland. Yes. So
Yes.
next year, you probably want to do something like that too. It was a good party. And if you want to organize a get together with other people, who knows? You might find other Emacs people in the same city. Could be fun.
Yeah, as usual, you can check on the Emacs wiki. There's a list of all the user groups that are being organized. Some of them are probably near you. Others are definitely virtual, so you can tune in. And most of them are Anglophones. So you should be able to find someone to talk about Emacs with. All right, that's me done.
Yeah. Keep the community going. Find lots of places. Check out Emacs news. Check out the Emacs meetups. See you throughout the year.
My set was attacked. I better get off the phone.
Right. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone. We will see you next year. Bye-bye.
Bye.